designated historic district, the Petaluma Historic Commercial District. And whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth and sustainable development, maintaining community character, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and promoting knowledge of the living heritage of the past, now therefore be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby recognize and celebrate May 2022 as National Preservation Month and call upon the residents of Petaluma to celebrate Preservation Month by viewing historic resources throughout Petaluma and through various exhibits organized by the Petaluma Historic Library and Museum and other organizations, including the Petaluma Trolley, that promote historic resources in the city. And now the Vice Mayor will bring the proclamation down to Alice Van Omerman, who will be receiving it for the Historic Preservation, Cultural and Preservation Committee.
Thank you so very much for supporting this Preservation Month. This has really been a collaborative effort between the Petaluma Museum and the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee. We have organized a whole series of events for the month, including next weekend, the Heritage Homes Tours. We have a series of presentations and lectures on both preservation and history, as well as the library will have some events for younger adults, as well as, and so the walking tours, instead of having them just on Saturdays, we'll have them both on Saturday and Sundays this month. And so we've kind of put all our historic events, and so we appreciate your support. We have flyers of all the events and postcards in the back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I just want to remind people, we do not clap. We do not vocalize our support or our disdain for anyone who speaks or makes any presentation. This is the City Council, okay? Thank you. It's been 2 years, so I just think we need a refresher on that one. Okay, so we have a second proclamation, and this is for Affordable Housing Month. And whereas affordable housing is one of the cornerstones of democracy, and whereas our communities thrive when all families have a place to call home, and whereas each year thousands of Petaluma families struggle to find an affordable home in one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation, and whereas both the City of Petaluma's general plan and housing elements support and encourage the development of affordable housing projects and programs, and whereas the City of Petaluma is committed to safe, stable, and affordable housing for all its residents, and whereas the strength of the Petaluma community and economy depend on providing access to housing options that allow current and future residents of all income levels and ethnicities to live where they work. And whereas affordable housing near employment centers and transit reduces traffic congestion, air pollution, and emissions, and lowers housing and transportation costs for local workers. And whereas organizations throughout Petaluma are dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing for all members of the community, and are collaboratively working to bring the need for affordable housing to the forefront of discussion in Petaluma. And whereas the organizations that are encouraged to partner with local agencies and community members to recognize Affordable Housing Month, which supports the sharing of best practices, opportunities, and solutions to provide affordable housing that is the right of all individuals. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, proclaim May 2022 as Affordable Housing Month. And Councilmember McDonald will bring this down to our representatives from Gen Housing and from the, totally missing this one, the
Housing Land Trust.
Housing Land Trust. Thank you.
Sonoma County.
So please come.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett, City Council members, City Manager and staff. My name is Deb Getches and you are Ramon Meraz. And we are representing Gen H. Ramon is newly joined on our staff. Gen H is a policy nonprofit organization that was recently founded in Sonoma County to promote housing of all types across all income levels. I serve as vice president of that organization. And of course, you know that I am the executive director of Housing Land Trust of Sonoma County. As a 30-year resident of Petaluma, hearing you, Mayor Barrett, read that proclamation just makes my heart swell, just as a resident. And then the work that we're doing at Gen H countywide, I for sure know that the work that we've done in partnership with you through the last 20 years at Housing Land Trust has absolutely been a model for the rest of our county. So with the deepest gratitude for what you do and the model that you provide for all of us, thank you so much.
Thank you. Just want to say, echo and say, we're very thankful for all the efforts for this proclamation. Generational housing believes in more and more affordable housing, and this is definitely a step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. Thank you. And now we're on to our third and final proclamation, and this is the City of Petaluma Proclamation for Healthcare District Month, May 2022. Whereas the Petaluma Healthcare District, which was formed in 1946, serves as a public agency owned by the community for the community, with board members locally elected and accountable to their community to improve the health and well-being of Southern Sonoma County residents and ensure equitable access to comprehensive health and wellness services for all. Whereas Petaluma Healthcare District believes good health is a state of complete physical, mental, and societal well-being, and not merely the absence of disease, and is dedicated to the specific needs of Southern Sonoma County residents with a focus on prevention and wellness strategies. And whereas Petaluma Healthcare District ensures continued access to local quality acute and emergency hospital services for a minimum of 20 years through the sale of Petaluma Valley Hospital, with the proceeds from the sale providing community benefit through ongoing strategic sustainable investments to improve health outcomes, and works toward ensuring an integrated system of healthcare services and wellness programs benefiting the entire community, especially populations that are most vulnerable. And whereas Petaluma Healthcare District serves as a community leader and local health action chapter to support a county-wide effort to make Sonoma County a healthy place for all residents to live, work, play, and belong, which includes raising awareness of key local health issues, addressing social determinants of health, and highlighting critical health disparities within the community. And whereas Petaluma Healthcare District provides direct services such as HealthQuest CPR, serves as a backbone organization for community health initiatives such as the Community Health Initiative of the Petaluma area and Heart Safe Community, and provides funding and support to local nonprofits and service providers to promote health and wellness. And whereas Petaluma Healthcare District has developed a community health worker program to enhance community engagement at the local level to provide education on health issues, including COVID-19, and connect residents to needed resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the City Council, do hereby declare the month of May 2022 as Healthcare District Month. And this proclamation will be received via Zoom by Ramona Faith.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
and
thank
we
you.
can see you.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett and the council members and staff. Thank you so much. And I have to tell you, this process of having both is going very well on my end. I hope it's going well on your end. Good job. it's an honor to serve you. It's an honor to work in a community such as the Petaluma community, and we work with all sectors of the community. And we have done great work, and there's a lot of great work ahead of us that needs to be done. I will share this obviously with my board and my staff, but I also want to use this as an opportunity, please, to talk a little bit about the Blue Zones Activate Petaluma event that's coming up. And then I can ask Mayor Barrett if she has anything to add, and also Elise Hempel, if she's joined us, maybe she can as well. But the Petaluma Healthcare District is working with Blue Zones to complete a Petaluma community assessment to help make our community a healthier place to live, work, grow, and grow old, basically. And you may want to ask, what is a Blue Zones? I had that question come up. It was a good one. Blue Zones is basically a community-wide well-being improvement initiative that's designed to make healthy choices easier. We can do this by encouraging sustainable changes in the built environment, building environments and social networks, often suggesting policy changes throughout a community, including such places as work sites, schools, restaurants, grocery stores, grocery outlets, faith-based communities, convenience stores, and neighborhoods. So we have an event in Petaluma. We're bringing the Blue Zones team of experts to Petaluma on May 17th. We're having a kickoff event at 5 o'clock at the New Life Church in Petaluma. And it's open to the community. Many of you on this, many of you that I'm looking at, staff and council members, have been invited to this, should have received an invitation. If you have not responded to the invitation, please do so. It's really important to learn about what Blue Zones is, what the engagement is going to look like over the next couple months. And then in August, they'll be back and they'll be sharing their findings. So the event is hopefully going to be, I know it's supported by the city because Mayor Barrett will share a little story, but Mayor Barrett actually reached out to me and asked me if I've heard of Blue Zones, which I had. This is something that Elise Hempel, who has been, you know, Elise from Petaluma People Services, but also she served as the president of the Petaluma Healthcare District Board and is now the president of the Petaluma Health Foundation. She and I have been working and thinking about how we can bring Blue Zones to Petaluma for quite a few years. And quite frankly, we were waiting to get through the hospital to make sure that we had secured our hospital operator. And that's where the focus was before engaging in this major initiative. But it's very exciting and we're looking forward to it. I wanted to also share with you why this isn't, why now? Why is the Petaluma Healthcare District interested in bringing Blue Zones here? So, our mission is to improve the health and well-being of our residents. And that's what the Blue Zone Petaluma Activate initiative is all about, improving well-being. We have spent decades improving and creating strategies and collaborations and partnerships to benefit our community. And we really feel that in the wake of the recent fires and the COVID-19 pandemic, that we really need to focus on creating a self-healing community model with greater cross-sector collaboration that can improve health for current and future generations. I think the timing is perfect. I think the community needs to be able to come together and work in collaboration and partnership on something that really is important to them. And that's their health and well-being, as well as the health and well-being of their families and their neighbors. So please join us on May 17th. And I'm hoping the public that's listening to this, if you go to our website, www.ph.org, there's information right there as soon as you go onto our website on how to register for the event. So we hope to see you at the event, and we hope to see you at some of the focus groups on Wednesday as well. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much for accepting that proclamation. And I will just add very briefly that it is always serendipitous when you have two different groups that are very involved in our community, both knowing about something that they think will just be perfect for our community. And when you talk to them and you find out, oh yeah, we're on that same page, it seems to me like it's something that just has to go forward. And I think it is something that will mesh very, very well with just about everything we're doing. We will be doing later on today with our goals and policies and the Cool Cities program that we have. I mean, this is all about, making policies as a city that make our community healthier and sustainable and stronger. So thank you very much for taking the lead on this, and we are all looking forward to.
You are so right, and we are fortunate to have the city council members and mayor and staff who understand how their decisions impact the health and well-being of our community. So we're in a very good spot. And I want to see if Elise, do you have something to add, Elise?
I'm just going to tell you, you're going to hear it first from me, but pretty soon we're all going to be talking about the power of 9. So you need to come on May 14th or 17th, whatever day it is, to learn about the power of 9.
Well, with that teaser, thank you very much for accepting this proclamation, and we will go on with our meeting. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And so now we are going to have our only presentation of the evening, and that will be the draft fiscal year 2022-2023 budget book presentation by Finance Department Head Corey Garbarolio.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, City Council members. I'm happy to be here in person tonight and to deliver the fiscal year 2022-23 proposed budget to you this evening. Both the electronic and hard copy versions have been made available for your review. We've also made it available for the community to review on the City of Petaluma website at cityofpetaluma.org/city-budgets. That's cityofpetaluma.org/city-budgets. So we've been working on this draft budget since late October, and we created a good quality document for you to review. We'll be back next Monday at the in-person and virtual budget workshop, and we'll go over the budget in detail at that time. We will then be back on May 16th with the first reading and adoption of ordinances, and the second and final reading of the budget ordinances will be coming to council the first meeting in June. So thank you, and feel free to let us know in the meantime if you have questions. Otherwise, we can answer them next Monday.
Thank you very much. And does anybody from the council have any questions at this point? No. Okay, well, thank you. We'll have plenty for you at the workshop. So with that, we are going to go on to agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda, and I do not believe there are any. And with that, we will move on to general public comment. And this is a place where we'll see how smoothly this is still running, as we are going to be receiving general public comment from people who are here at the City Hall and also people who are on the Zoom call. So right now I will let our moderator make the announcement about general public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a reminder, during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and not on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. And as Madam Mayor mentioned, we are going to be dividing between the public comments we received in person as well as those that we will be receiving via Zoom. Members of the public attending online or by phone should raise your virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And I will call on you in turn to unmute yourself and begin speaking. Again, for both our speakers in public as in person and on Zoom, please remember to be respectful threats of violence or obscenity are grounds for removal from the meeting. And as a reminder too, if you are unable to speak, you may send your comments to the city clerk at cityclerk@cityofpetaluma.org. And I will be giving a 30 seconds timer. And during that time, during that time, I will, please raise your virtual hand.
That's a 3-minute timer you have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Let's see here. There's my 30
That's the one
seconds.
you're looking for.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So for those who are in the Zoom meeting, please raise your hand. You'll have 30 seconds.
While people in the Zoom audience are raising their hand, I will just let people know that when we call on people, we will first hear from the people who are here in City Hall, and then we will go to the people who are on Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And give me just a minute we actually have 31 attendees and 2 hands raised virtually.
Okay, so that makes a total of,
I'm sorry, we have just, pardon me, we have 3 hands now.
so we have, okay, no more hands
No
can
more
be
hands.
raised. Yes, okay, so we have 4 here, so that's a total of 7.
Yes,
Okay, so that's 3 minutes per person.
okay.
Okay, so, which is the normal amount. So the first card we have is for Bob Hanson. So I'm just going to ask people here in the room, since this is kind of a new protocol, just to speak into the speaker that's right in front of you.
Okay.
Okay?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Robert Hanson, vet, retired carpenter, grandpa. Originally, when the public voice has been silenced far too long, I want to thank you for making this an open meeting. To my fellow citizens, it's time to tighten our belts. Get your family and friends close, because we got a rocky road coming. I've got a president I do not support, whose administration's platform I find morally and spiritually offensive. I'm sitting here and it's good to see the smiles on everybody's face. It's good to see the emotions on everybody's face. But we got a serious problem in our country. I believe the Biden administration, through their actions in the last 15 months, are intentionally destroying the prosperity, security, and integrity of the United States of America. I do not believe he was elected fairly. I do not support him. I do not support his agenda. In my opinion, the Biden administration has committed treason against the United States on 3 separate occasions in their 15 months. Our open border, Afghanistan surrendering to a terrorist organization. Third count, the $80 billion in arms that are now encircling Israel with the intent to wipe them off the face of the map. $80 billion in weapons, top of the line. Joe Biden surrendered to a terrorist organization. I don't know what the answer is, but I know we've got to change something. We've got to change the direction of our country. America first, that's a great way to start. I fear for the future of our democratic republic because we're being led down a road to socialism. And socialism doesn't work for the very simple reason it puts government over people. To all of you, thank you. I've got a heavy heart when I look at the future. I look at my twin 9-year-old granddaughters and I see deer in the headlights. What I've allowed to be done to my grandkids, I will forever be ashamed of.
Sir,
That it? Thank you.
Your time is up.
Everybody, be
Thank you
safe, be
very
happy.
much. Next speaker is Peter Chernoff.
We're going to also get our timer going.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
excuse me, if I could just provide another reminder just briefly as we're re-embarking on live public comment. And that's to remind folks that the general public comment time is to address the council on issues that are within their subject matter jurisdiction and not on the agenda. And the last speaker's comments, well, they're free speech, but they're not addressed to subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. So I hope the speakers will try to relate their comments to things that the council can control and address as a municipal corporation and its legislative body. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
thank you, Eric, to our city attorney, because it's always better to have a lawyer say what you were going to say. So, thank you. So, Mr. Chernoff, your turn is next.
Nice to see everybody. And I disagree with the attorney. You know, you just had a veteran in front of you speaking his mind, speaking his heart to you. And there was a fellow named Lieutenant Colonel Bo Greitz, who made the Rambo movies about. He said the veterans got one more hill to take, and that's Capitol Hill. And that's happening as we speak, because all the ports in this country have now been shut for over 10 weeks for about 5 different reasons, some of which is the gentleman before me has addressed, which also includes freeing Leonard Peltier. For over 10 weeks, the ports have been closed, and our governors and presidents, whatever you want to call them, they've ordered all the ships 50 miles offshore so that they cannot be seen by the public how many are stacked up out there. And so we are the most powerful people in the most powerful state, so it's time for us to get on board with the living Lord and lay down the sword. I'm here to speak to also about the taxing issue of property owners with taxing their well water, the groundwater. What's next? To what purpose are we taxing this? Just to make more bureaucracy and pay more lawyers more money to have more regulations upon the people and pay more lawyers? I disagree. And so this is for the lawyers and their masters, the usury bankers, the very ones behind all wars and oil tankers. Behind every war, both foreign and domestic, our veterans and truckers be leading the way, being truly majestic. They have shut down the ports. And as far as taxes go, if you don't know, look it up. A fellow named Aaron Russo put a $50,000 offer for anyone to show that there's any true law that says we owe the IRS anything for any true reason. 7 IRS agents quit over that because they could find no such law because it doesn't exist. And of all the thieving that the bar lawyers do through the IRS, 72% of it comes out of California. Okay, I'm here to share some love in a very fierce manner that's supported from beyond and above. So I talked to firefighters and I talked to the cops and I talked to the Teamsters and I talked to the migrant workers and I said, it's time we all put out all the stops and get off the fence, stop paying mortgages and rents and start funding the first at 10,000 football field-sized greenhouses that would make Luther Burbank proud and all of us proud for doing the right thing so that we have the most beautiful food in the world and classrooms and gardens for the teachers and the students both. I was at an event yesterday or the day before where the Amy's workers were concerned about their being treated that way. And I think that it's a call for them to rise up with all of us, all the workers, because there's 14 million people in the FEMA camps and 2/3 of them are Hispanic from Mexico or South America. So I'm running out of time and I'll say that the sheriff's race should include people that are aware of the
Your time
CSPOA.
is up. Please sit
It's
down.
over.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. and you can send the rest of it to the city clerk.
So I did send something there, so I want to let people know I did send something
No,
to
that-
you.
Okay,
And
can you
to,
please sit down and we're going to move on to the next person.
I am
Thank you.
Peter, and I say, do as I say, and it's time for us to
Catherine
finish this
Burbowski.
beautiful play.
Yes, my name is Catherine Lebrowski. I live at the Littlewoods Mobile Villa Mall Park at
Catherine,
18.
I'm sorry, could you just wait just a minute? I apologize. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay. I think that is my timer. So I'm gonna, if you don't, just 1 minute, I will get some help. I'm, okay, aha, there we go. Apologize for that. And you can start now. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, my name is Catherine Bobrowski. I live at Littlewoods Mobile Villa Mall Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway in Petaluma, space 31, California. The so-called manager there, she's been posting this to people's doors for Littlewoods Mobile Home Estates at 425 Sarah Avenue, Cotati. And she's telling people at the Littlewoods, she's been turning people's water off every single week, every single month. And this is not the Littlewoods Mobile Villa Home Park's address. And also too, my neighbor, space 11, I'm sorry, space 12 right here, he's parked right up against my mobile home. And this is his place right there. And then another one, space 11, has been doing it. 32's been doing it. And they've been trespassing my home site. They've been invasion of my privacy. They've been stalking my home, doing illegal vandalism to my home site. And I also got over 700,000 pictures showing that this manager there has been illegally having her own family and friends be illegally parked on the fire lanes in that mobile park and even on the fire lanes on Perry Lane. And nobody's doing anything about it. You could be making money off these people, ticking them. You could make thousands of dollars a day ticking them. That's outrageous. And the cops are called, they don't show up. And I asked the cops to be, that was willing to file a citizen arrest on my neighbor, space 11 and 12 and 32. They won't do it. Even when they're vandalizing my home site and stalking my place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker here in the City Hall is Ben Peters.
Good evening, everyone. Ben Peters. First request, I recall when we did have people in person, they would say the speaker's name and they would say followed by, so that person would be prepared. So if we
Thank you
could
for reminding me.
continue
about
that tradition. Thanks. So the comments I'd like to make tonight relate to our city's finances and our spending on two separate but important topics. So the first one related to the letter that I submitted a couple weeks ago regarding the Department of Water Resources grants. So I don't know if I missed the staff report on those grants or that certain grants do not require staff reports to be written. So that's macro level topic on how and when we spend significant dollars, such as $10 million from the Department of Water Resources. There was a couple specific questions I asked in that message related to some of the spending, such as $7.5 million for the advanced meter infrastructure. If you were to go to the California Public Utilities and ask, what is the cost benefit test of AMI metering? I think you would get at best mixed reviews, right? So there are certainly plenty of ways to spend $7.5 million. Is advanced metering, while laudable, going to give us the most water savings? Related is at the June 20th meeting, I believe we'll be talking about the new well that will be drilled at Oak Hill. Would that new well be better served by this $7.5 million? The related topic in the DWR spending is the nearly $2 million to expend our purple pipe out Adobe Road. And so this gets into the rate setting, and also in the next consent calendar, there will be some more tertiary treatment spending, right? And so this council has approved a lot of funding to expand the tertiary treatment so that we can get more recycled water. Right now, is those costs properly being recovered by the users of the water or by the entire city? So that's an important question I think we'd like to uncover, because I certainly don't want the public to think that we're spending our tax dollars to subsidize recycled water out to the vineyards. The final point I'd like to make is related to the floating solar project that will be on the next agenda. So I do look forward to a detailed staff report on that, as well as an update on the city's current project. Being in the business, I'm waiting for our current solar panels. Why they're not here yet is very surprising. I would think.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thanks.
Peters.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
very much. And so now we're going to move to the online members.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 3 callers online, and we did have a 4th, but that came in after we had closed the period.
So three.
so
Can
three.
you give the name of the first person and say who the second person
sure.
is, just to let them know?
Yes,
Thank
the first person is Paul G, followed by John Hanania. Please go ahead, Paul.
Yes, it's a beautiful, wonderful hybrid meeting. Thank you for opening up to the public and allowing them to come and speak the truth. Thank you for the speakers earlier. They are telling you the truth and you need to listen to them. And so what is relevant to the jurisdiction of the local city Petaluma Council? Well, you're going to have to make some tougher decisions going forward. You can't just go along with the agenda being handed down from the top, from the feds, bribing the states, bribing the locals. You're going to have to actually dig in and represent the people. The people are catching on. We understand what it's all about. And we also understand that there is no more state of emergency. We need to end the declaration of a state of emergency locally. We can't go along with the county and the state any longer. They just have too much advantage in this false state of emergency. And so all you have to do is look at the information in the public record, already in your public record, to understand what is the truth of the matter. And there is no state of emergency. Please stop pretending there is. Second, now we have to understand that we have rights. Now, whatever our city council rights, W-I-R-I-T-E, does not take away your right, R-I-G-H-T. And so we have a right to address our grievances to our government face to face. Thank God, after 2 years, we can finally do that face to face. Some of us, however, have chosen to come over Zoom. The reason I have is that I have received some letters, 2 of them, in fact, very detailed, from Mr. Danley. Mayor Barrett, I'm going to invite you to have a meeting with myself and Mr. Danley to try to head off a large problem that is being created right now by your city staff and your city attorney. I think we can work this out if you actually pay attention to the problem at hand. The problem is we can't have gaslighting, and we have to actually look at the evidence. Now, the evidence we have, and this is what we need to present to you to make sure that you're not being misled. Now, the other thing that you see me saying here is that we, the mayor, have the right to run the meeting. Of course, we recognize that. And certainly nobody wants to just curse or actually get you guys off track. However, this whole thing about you being the judge of what is relevant or not is completely false. This time is sacrosanct for us to speak as we wish on matters that are very important. The problem with Zoom is we've been cut off under somebody's decision of what was relevant and what was not relevant. That's wrong. In fact, you need to restore some meetings, some minutes that were stolen from me. I will detail them all for you, Mayor Barrett. I expect them all to be restored. Now, the other thing you're asking people to do is say, oh, well, we don't do any clapping. We don't do any booing, any of that stuff. This is our First Amendment right. We can show support any way we wish. It doesn't matter what you've said or written. Our rights are still in place. So I want to make sure that you respect the rights and protect the freedoms that we have here in Petaluma. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Taryn Obaid.
Good evening. I want to talk about the public record request I did, but before I do that, I have another one. And Eric, I know you're listening, and I know you're going to try to cover up for it somehow. Peggy Flynn, when you guys were doing the $1,000 per employee, she said, and I quote, she is going to put the money back in the pot. I'd like to see that, whether she did or not. And I would like to see the bank statement, whether she did or not. And I hope I can get an answer tonight about that. In reference to the public record request that I did, because your new public work director at one point said the work's not being done because they're working at 60% capacity, which is, I said, is BS. So I did get some result back, not all of it. You currently have 104 employees at public work. You have 23.5 vacancy. So if it's the full capacity, it'll be 127.5. If they are operating at 60%, so they should have 76.5 employee. If you want to look at what they are operating now, if there were ever full step, which has never happened, it will be at 81.5%. So where on earth that your public work director comes and say the work's not being done because they're working at 60% capacity? But then here's the important one, which is your staff always lie about, okay? When I asked at what point they were at 60%, what do you think the response I got? We have no record of that. Well, if you have no record, how on earth somebody comes from middle nowhere as a new public work director and tells you that they're working at 60% capacity? What does that tell you about your staff? Okay. Another thing, you really need to fix a big problem in Petaluma. If you go to a staff directory, like I tried to call Christopher Bolt, who do you think I got? Pamela Tuft. You call the city clerk. Who do you get? Samantha Pasco, which is she's no longer work here. You get her voicemail. The staff directory, it's not correct. You have people name on it that they haven't been working for the city for a long time. Get it together. Get your head out of, where you got it buried and get it together. You got a monkey running the city. You should have this as a circus because you can hire a clown to do a better job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Taryn Obaid. And as a reminder that we only had 3 hands raised within the time allotted. So Ms. Obaid will be our last speaker in general public comment. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I wanted to report.
Oh, I apologize, Ms. Obaid. Would you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to report out to the city council current condition in Midtown. It's something that you may have heard me express before. And that is, I live in Midtown in the flood zone, roughly a half a mile from the freeway. And since the freeway was widened and Caltrans chopped down about 900 redwood trees, it's unbearably loud here. I'm not exaggerating. All the residents here are lamenting just how loud it is. And I want the city council to please appreciate that it's more than just loud. Noise pollution is stressful on the cardiovascular system. It's not healthy, but also there's climate effects. At night, what more and more households are doing is running multiple air filters constantly for the white noise and to clean the air inside their house rather than to have the windows open because of the noise. And that's just not good for us in terms of a climate goal. So when we think about our climate goals and whether we're going to meet our 30 to 30 goals, I want us to keep in mind second order effects, knock-on effects of things that happen. And I know we've talked about restoration, and I want to support what I heard Relief present to the council months ago, something about 10,000 trees, including they're leading an effort to ensure that Caltrans does reparations for all of those redwood trees. And so I love what Relief is doing. I'd like to know where that effort is at. And I'd like to see it move forward. And then finally, the purple pipe that's going to get laid down along McDowell. How about extending that on offshoots westward underneath the 101 so that we can have redwood trees get planted or oak trees get planted along the freeway there with the gray water. So when they're talking about the purple pipe plan, please invite Relief and the tree committee members to have a seat at the table from the very first meeting. Those tree people know so much what they're talking about, and that would really be a great resource for our city staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And that's the final speaker from the Zoom audience.
Yes, and Madam Mayor, did you need to check in with the city clerk regarding any comments that had been received previously?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for the reminder. And so I will ask the city clerk to let us know if she received any general public comments.
Thank you, Nancy, for the reminder. I was going to chime in. Madam Mayor, we did receive 2 general public comments prior to the meeting, which are posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will move on to council comments, and we will start at the far end of the dais with Council Member Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To answer Taryn's question, I sit as your director on the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and at our last meeting in April, we approved the hiring of a consultant to do a design plan for the planting to replace those 900 redwood trees. So that study is underway, or will be soon. The only meeting I've had is the ad hoc on the funding for climate, which is again a Regional Climate Protection Authority and a Sonoma County Transportation Authority ad hoc to determine how to move forward to get funding for our climate initiatives. And so we met today and talked about the next steps and celebrated our kickoff of that last month with 60 attendees. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Barnacle.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. Good evening, everybody. Great to see everybody in person. I've had two meetings to report out on. One was with the Ag and Open Space Community Advisory Committee. We heard updates on various things, one of which was their wildfire mitigation grants, but probably the one that is most heartwarming was their small grants that they provided to small farmers around Sonoma County during COVID, and the stories were just absolutely touching. Just keeping people fed, keeping farms open, and really I just can't say enough about all the great work that's going on at the Ag and Open Space District. Second meeting was the Parks and Rec Commission. The main item was the council goals and priorities. I think it's reflected in our staff report. Unsurprisingly, the Parks Commission wanted the Parks Plan to be a priority. They also I think there was unanimous support for safe streets, recognizing that it's not just about having a great destination, but also having safe ways to get there. And then the third one that kind of came out of left field was the retail cannabis ordinance. And in particular, they were most interested in earmarking the money for youth programming, and just recognizing that we sort of have a gap right now in our teens and tweens youth programming. And they were, and those are the people that we don't want to be using drugs. So using the cannabis money to give them something to do and keep them active was the topic of discussion. And that was all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I have three meetings I wanted to report back on. The first one, the Petaluma Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency met last Thursday. And at this point, the primary focus is on how to fund the $1 to $1.2 million a year we're expected to need over the next 5 years to implement the adopted groundwater sustainability plan. The good news is that a parcel tax is pretty much off the table at this point because it would require a 2/3 tax approval by the voters, and that no one thinks that's going to happen. The less good news is that now we have a new quasi parcel tax measure, which is being called the hybrid model, which would basically allocate half the costs to parcels, whether or not they have wells, including all the parcels within the city of Petaluma. And that would be at about a level of $15 to $27 a year per parcel, even if you don't have a well. And then the rest of it would be collected from folks who actually do have wells. That's going to be coming back at the next GSA meeting. I will do a deeper dive. I'm not enthusiastic about this, but I will do a deeper dive at our next council meeting to get guidance from the council on how I should address that. So that's the first one. The second one, the Water Advisory Committee met this morning. And some of the key takeaways, Lake Mendocino is 12,000 acre feet better than it was this time last year. That's very nice. Lake Sonoma is 7,000 acre feet lower than it was this time last year, which isn't great. But the interesting take on that is that because the releases are lower this year than they were last year, we expect to cross over the line and be even with last year in about 6 or 7 weeks. So we're basically back to where we were a year ago, or will be soon in terms of Lake Sonoma storage levels. And then the agency has also been doing some very interesting stress testing using forecasting models. They looked at the current drought and assumed that it would extend another year based on 1976 drought levels, and then a second year based on 1977 drought levels. And surprisingly, or the good news is that the system seems to work. Lake Sonoma would still have water in it under all the scenarios that they looked at. So there'll be more on that coming forward, but that's a small piece of good news in our drought situation. And then finally, and I'm going to report on this one because I think there's interest on the council on it. The Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Policy Committee of the League of California Cities met last Thursday, and we looked at 2 divestment bills that are working their way through the state legislature. The first one is SB 1173, which would direct CalPERS and CalSTRS to divest all of their fossil fuel stock holdings. Originally, it was to be by 2027. It's since been amended to stretch out another 3 years to 2030. But the discussion was kind of an interesting reminder to me, at least, that we are in a very diverse state, and those of us who live in this little blue bubble sometimes think that we're represent the whole state, and I have to tell you that's not the case. So there was a motion to oppose SB 1173 that passed the committee by a vote of 21 to 9. So that will be a recommendation to the League Board of Directors to oppose that fossil fuel divestment bill. I was in the minority on that. There's a lot of people out there on city councils around California who get their news from Fox News, I have to tell you. And the second bill is even more interesting. This is SB 1328 by one of Petaluma's 2 state senators, Senator McGuire, which would require CalPERS and CalSTRS to divest very quickly from investments connected with Russia. And the interesting thing about this one is that CalPERS has less than $1 billion in direct investments in Russia at this time, between equities, which they really can't liquidate because the markets are frozen, and then some real estate investments. And if it was limited to that, there would really be no material impact on CalPERS. But the bill is much broader than that. It would also require CalPERS and CalSTRS to divest ownership in any companies engaged in active business operations in Russia or Belarus. And those terms are defined very, very broadly in the bill, with the result that CalPERS estimates that it would have to divest $185 billion worth of investments that it currently has at this time. And that would be a real challenge because, again, it's a very short time frame for divestment. And what CalPERS staff told the committee was that if that were to happen, CalPERS staff would recommend to the CalPERS board that it lower its discount rate. And if they lower its discount rate, that means our contributions go up. And I don't have an estimate on how big a decrease in the rate would be recommended, but it could be significant. And once again, a motion to oppose was approved by the committee on a 21-16 vote. I was again in the minority on that. I would have preferred to see a supportive amended to narrow the focus of the bill. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we'll go to the Vice Mayor. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I had several meetings of the Continuum of Care in the last 2 weeks. And I have a couple pieces of information. One is that our coordinated entry system provider changed on April 1st. And folks have been having a lot of trouble getting registered with the coordinated entry system since that time. Just a lot of changes with the new provider that our other providers throughout the county weren't prepared for. Some miscommunications, I believe. This is still going on at this instant, but hopefully will be a resolve with some training of all the county providers over the next couple of weeks. So the only advice I can give to anyone who's helping someone in need of a home and who is told that they can't apply or register for the program is to ask them to ask that provider that's telling them that to call Home First, who is the new coordinated entry provider. But I think that's important for folks to know. I had heard some things like that I wasn't aware of until the information we received here. Second thing is that I've become chair of a new subcommittee of the Continuum of Care, which is involved with it's called the Competition Evaluation Committee. We're charged just over the next 2 months with grading all the homeless providers in the county. This is a total of about 18 programs to determine or help determine whether they will continue to receive the same amount of HUD funding, or they can be applying for more, or they can be applying for less if they don't feel they're able to meet the criteria. There are lots of criteria, things like what percentage of people are being placed into different sorts of housing, transitional, permanent, supportive, permanent housing. In any case, there are a lot of numbers that we keep track of that we're going to have to look at along with site visits to the various providers to determine. In the end, most providers are able to keep the amounts of funding that they're getting from there if they're meeting these criteria. But it is a lot of work to go through these site visits and try to determine if they are indeed deserving, if you will, of continuing their care. Most are able to make the cut. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. Just a couple meetings, the Planning Commission meeting on April 26th, where we also reviewed the council goals with the feedback coming for tonight's agenda. And then there was also a vacating of an easement on personal properties that are no longer needed. The pedestrian and bicycle committee meets this week, so I don't have one from past. And but I did want to express a little gratitude for the traffic calming circle at the corner of Bassett and Upham. It's the perfect solution for speeding that's observed there, and safety for walkers and bikers is critical. And I just want to know how to get one installed in my neighborhood. No, I'm kind of kidding, is that everyone should go check it out, because it might be the thing we're looking for in all neighborhoods in the city where we have this kind of safety hassles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My only liaison appointment that met since our last meeting was the Youth Commission, and we did not meet for a lack of quorum, which is the second time in a row. It's a tough time of year for the high school kids. They have a lot going on, and including some things at night. So I have nothing to report there. And although transit did not meet, I did come across something of interest to transit, and it probably applies to active transportation issues as well. So I'll talk about it now. The city of Richmond received a California Climate Investments grant from the Cap and Trade Fund for an on-demand shuttle service. It is not all citywide. You can go to 9 specific locations in Richmond, including the BART station and the ferry. But you can book from where you are. You're picked up within 10 minutes, and you have access to specific points in the city. And I believe, if I read it correctly, the cost associated with this was $2. So, like I said, they went to a couple of transit hubs and some parks and a few other key points within the city. I know I've mentioned this as a representative on transit before, but if we're really we are going to go forward with active transit plans, and it does need to include transit itself within the city. And without having an effective system that actually gets people to ride, I think we're going to be just pushing a boulder up a hill on this issue. So I'm going to advocate for us to look at something like that again. I will forward that to the city manager and the transit director and ask for it to be looked into. I don't know what the options for obtaining another grant would be, but it seems to me that that's a program that we might want to take a look at here in the city. And that is it for my report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I will give my council comment in that the Library Advisory Board met this past week, and the commissioner position for the city of Petaluma, having a representative on the commission, which is currently Commissioner Paul Heavenridge, I believe that position is up for reappointment. So I know that we, the council, just received an announcement of all the openings on the boards and committees and commissions. So I just wanted to make sure that that position was included in that list, so we can move on with that. And the library actually held its, I believe, 7th annual LumaCon. And the last 2 years, the LumaCon has been virtual. And this is one of those programs that does serve those underserved tweens and teens. And I was able to go over and see it in the early hours of its day on the grass at the Fairgrounds. And it was even in the very beginning. So it's nice to see it back in person. The Air District, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, I just want to announce, I did have a meeting with them this week, and Spare the Air Days start yesterday. So this is the beginning of that for all of us. So please be aware of how you're using energy and how you're producing greenhouse gases, and try and do something that doesn't do that. I also attended a kickoff meeting for the Petaluma City Schools Climate Action Program, which is a pilot program at McNear Elementary, which will be including climate action education in the K through 6th grade program. So this is something that they were looking for cooperation with the city. And so I will be the person from the city who is meeting with them as they move forward on this program. They also want, McNear wants to start up a Cool Schools part of their program to cooperate with the cool cities. So I thought that was very innovative. So with that, I will see if our city manager would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and staff in our community. Just picking up, Mayor, that where you mentioned that we just kicked off our application period for our committees and commissions. The deadline for applications must be submitted to the city clerk's office by Tuesday, May 31st at 5 p.m. Both applications and information, including the vacancy on the library advisory board, is on the city's website at cityofpetaluma.org. And again, the deadline is for May 31st. Secondly, and our finance director and deputy city manager mentioned this, but we do have a budget workshop next Monday, and that will begin at 6 p.m., both virtually and in person. And finally, I would like to introduce one of our newest staff hires. Alex Greenwood is our new community development director. He is overseeing our reconstituted community development department that includes our building, planning, housing, and eventually code enforcement. Alex comes to us with nearly 30 years of public service and has worked in executive management level positions in South San Francisco, San Diego, Concord, Brentwood, and Oakland. He has a ton of experience and we're just thrilled. He's hit the ground running and just want to welcome him. And that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we are going on to approval of the minutes for the meetings of April 18th, the workshop meetings of January 31st and February 14th. Are there any questions or corrections? No, so the minutes will be approved as submitted. And we will move on to approval of the proposed agenda for May 16th and June 6th. Councilmember Healy?
So moved.
Councilmember McDonald?
Seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion by Healy, second by McDonald, and we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Kosuke.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And we are on to the consent calendar. Is there anyone on the council who would like to remove any item from the consent calendar? Seeing no one raise their hand, I will ask the city clerk if she has received any correspondence on the consent calendar items.
Apologize, Madam Mayor, I'm looking really quickly. No comments received on the consent calendar items. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to anything on the consent calendar. And could you let us know how many people are on the Zoom audience?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 42 attendees on Zoom right now. We do have 2 people with their hands raised. And just as a reminder that the public comment would be for specific items on the consent calendar. And get our timer up. So, let's see. And we just have one hand raised at this time, and that is Paul G.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thank you for the time. I want to talk about the one about AB 361. And so essentially what we're doing here is saying, you know, we have that Bag of Keene Act, and it says you have to participate in certain ways. And if you're going to go ahead and call in, then people have the right to access that facility. It might be your home. I get that you don't want people coming to your home and demanding access to it. Those parts are fine. I guess what I'm really trying to get to is what's the foundation of what we're doing here, okay? Fine if you want to put some people from Zoom and hybrid, that's cool. Nothing wrong with that. And so it just makes it more convenient for people and they can choose which way they want to come in. But this whole basis for it, if you read it carefully, is about, again, giving you this whole COVID-19 pandemic story, which essentially has now been pretty much dismissed among the people who understand the science and read the stuff and do the research and know that this is a disease that has perfect treatments that have been withheld from people. And that is what created some emergency condition, not the problem itself. So once we figured that out within the first 3 or 4 months, and once all the doctors are now on board calling for all these mandates to end, how is it that this bill is still saying, oh, well, the city still has to go along with forcing everyone to get vaccinated and forcing everybody to mask up and all this other stuff? Again, you're just going along with a narrative that is not based on the actual evidence before you. And if you want to understand the evidence before you, then you will listen to Dr. Peter McCullough from Texas, because every time he speaks, he cites all of the studies. He knows them off the top of his head. He's very well respected. He's editor of many medical journals. He's got this down. And anybody on the other side just makes their statements and has no evidence to back it up. You should be very, very wary of all statements that are not backed up by evidence and citations. Those are statements that I have heard from my own local government staff members. And so we have to actually set a much higher standard for our public discussion. And we have to treat each other politely, but we also have to treat it with substance. And we cannot make wild, sweeping generalizations without backing it up by evidence. So it seems like you're going to have to bring this up every 30 days to somehow say, oh, well, do you still have an emergency or not? Well, I got news for you. The emergency is over. Take a look. It doesn't matter if it was scheduled in by legislation or not. What matters is that you have to just look at the evidence to find out if this is a runaway thing or their treatments. That's all you have to figure out. And once you do that, you realize that people can get treatments, we can get through these things, and we never, ever, ever needed to shut down the economy over this. And so we got to open up our ports and get our goods and stop the games. That's the important thing. Listen to the people who are speaking to you tonight. They're telling you the truth. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, we actually have another person who, that person's hand is no longer raised, so that there are no other hands raised in the public.
Thank you. With that, we will close public comment on the consent calendar items, and I will bring it back to the council.
Madam Mayor, I'll move the consent calendar.
Councilmember Fisher?
Also.
Okay, so we have a motion by King and a second by Fisher, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosaday.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now we're on to new view of goals list for the fiscal year 2022-23 and 23-24. And we will have our kickoff by our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council, community, and staff. And Ingrid, would you, thank you for pulling up the PowerPoint. Tonight, staff are pleased to bring you this follow-up of our workshop that took place on March 14th, where staff brought to the council a refined list of possible goals and priorities with the objective of narrowing and prioritizing the list to a manageable top 10 list of the most essential initiatives for staff to focus on over the next 2 years. Staff also provided a variety of metrics related to staff workload, available staff hours, and the required time to bring certain initiatives forward. That's our discretionary time for those priorities. Emphasizing that unprioritized list contains hundreds of objectives and makes it challenging for council and staff to understand where we are, where progress is being achieved or not, and where our time and resources are focused. At that meeting, the city council provided initial straw votes on several dozen possible initiatives as a first step toward creating an achievable top 10 list. Since then, staff have been reviewing and analyzing the various initiatives discussed and initially prioritized at that meeting and organized the council's initial direction into some measurable categories with milestones, with some draft milestones and corresponding timelines for each. And attachment 1 to the staff report shows that raw data collection from the March 14th meeting. And next slide, please. So tonight's agenda includes background, how we got here, how we structure our work and our priorities, a recap of the last meeting and where priorities initially landed, and then further discussion and direction to staff. Thank you. This has been an evolution. We kicked off actually 3 years last month on April 6th, 2019. We kicked off with a community workshop and really approached that. And you can see, if you're sitting here in council chambers, you can see some of the work that we did with the community in identifying aspirational goals and priorities. We reviewed those priorities again in 2020 and narrowed, both gave progress and narrowed those down. And then reviewed them again in April of 2011. We are back with you on our third goals and priorities to narrow down a list of over 200 priorities that staff currently has on our list, and which is difficult to make progress on and be able to measure it. So we are trying to narrow that down. And we do that by, next slide, please. Looking through all of our work through these key lenses. Safety, which is job one. It's a mandate. That's what we do. That's why government exists. This is our duty and commitment that transcends all initiatives: parks, roads, public safety, emergency preparedness and response, employee safety, community safety. And that's why the passage of Measure U was so critical to the health of our community and our city. So now we can address the backlog of deferred maintenance to ensure the safety of our community. It's truly the way we do our work every day. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Take meaningful and intentional action to achieve racial equity and advance opportunities for all. The next lens we look through all of our work through is fiscal and organizational sustainability. When we took that on back in 2019, our goal was to achieve a balance of available long-term revenues with agreed upon service levels, infrastructure maintenance needs, and a talented and capable workforce. We also look through the lens of age-friendly, creating a community that allows people of all ages to thrive. And then climate ready, taking action to mitigate the effects of climate change and to become carbon neutral, carbon positive by 2030. Next slide, please. So after the last meeting, we have a proposed top 10 initiatives. I believe 6 of those initiatives received a council majority, and staff had added, have bumped up 4 others that were either going to help us achieve some of those goals or that were already in progress. Tonight, you will hear from the primary leads of each one of these proposed top 10 initiatives, and you will get a picture of some draft milestones. I mean, these are currently placeholders, and until staff or until council is able to land on the top 10, these milestones are still in draft form. Note that these top 10 items are not singular in nature. Many represent multiple projects. These projects do require a lot of our focus, and as I mentioned earlier, this is a prioritization of our discretionary time that isn't committed to regulatory or legal or mandatory items, which take up a significant amount of staff time. And these represent key priorities that we've heard from the community and from council that staff will be focused on. While this prioritization does not preclude the advancement of many other initiatives and projects underway in the city, this aids staff in avoiding competing priorities, highlighting what is urgent and making progress in successfully completing these important initiatives. Also, with the focus list of priorities, staff can more easily review with council on a regular basis to report out on progress and potentially reprioritize when needs change. This also allows us to be dynamic and allow for continuous updates and monitoring. And once formalized, an analysis occurs. If it's required, mid-year budget adjustments may be required. we may not be able to make the May 9th budget conversation, but we will have placeholders there. And note that once council formalizes these top 10, staff will come back with more specific milestones for each of the 2 years in this next cycle of goals and priorities. And for tonight's purpose, we'll ask the staff who are primary lead on these to go over some potential milestones for each item, and we welcome council questions as each item is presented. And with that, I would like to ask our Public Works and Utilities Director, Chris Bolt, and our Assistant Public Works Director, Gina Benedetti, to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Manager Flynn. And good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. Happy to discuss the Trestle Project, which is a very high priority for us and obviously for all of you. This iconic structure has such a value to our community. So first of all, as we look at a 3-year snapshot here over fiscal years 23, 24, and then 25 and beyond, you'll see us marching aggressively towards construction, and we would like to meet or beat the time frame that we've laid out here. So here in fiscal year 23, it all begins with a series of meetings, which we've already started. We've had a meeting already with the new executive director of SMART regarding Trestle ownership, and we plan to continue those conversations here in the next few weeks. Community outreach will be kicking off with key stakeholders. And then we are rapidly, as you already know, pursuing any grant opportunity that we can identify. We're also having a meeting here soon to strategize with both SMART and SCTA about grant opportunities to help us fund this project, because it's just not going to be possible without outside funding. As much as we'd like to move forward quickly, we definitely need grant funding to make this project a reality. There are numerous legal and regulatory issues to explore, and we've already been talking with a consultant to get a proposal to move forward with revisiting the design from 2013. It's going to require a few upgrades and changes to that original design, and then we want to pursue the environmental review document so that we can acquire our permits and make the project truly shovel ready, which of course ties directly to our ability to get grants, because shovel readiness is everything when it comes to applying for grant funds. In fiscal year 24, you see us moving towards phasing and bidding the project, applying for the necessary permits. It does take between 6 to 12 months to acquire all the permits necessary for this, because it is on the waterway. We hope to have our memorandum of understanding executed with SMART for ownership of the trestle and or some other arrangement that is amenable to both organizations. We'll continue our community outreach to keep everybody engaged and informed. And then obviously we need to continue our consultation with our commissions, committees, and boards. And then in fiscal year 25, in 2024-25, we hope to be under construction, permits in hand, grant funding secured, and construction completed somewhere in that time frame, with a ribbon cutting with the community to celebrate. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna see if there's any questions as we go along from each presentation. So right now on this one, yes, Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Director Bolt. Can you talk a little bit about how the conversations with SMART went and what the pathway to success there is?
Chris,
go ahead.
Take this.
Go ahead.
Just want to make sure my mic doesn't give me any feedback. So we had just initial kickoff with Eddie Cummins, who is the new GM, and he was just really ready to partner. We didn't talk much about ownership. They're going to be giving us some information regarding the trestle. And we actually did have a conversation. He already has Joanne Parker looking for grants for us. So.
Promising, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Vice Mayor Pesake.
Yeah, I guess I think I got a partial answer from that one, but I was wondering if there's any ballpark number, even if it's a grant, as to what the cost is, for us to assume ownership of the trestle.
I don't think there would be a big cost to own the trestle. I think it's more of a liability situation. So we just want to make sure we know what we're buying. But I believe the rehab right now is we're looking between $8 and $10 million.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. Being as out, this is probably the council's top priority. I am curious what it would take to knock a year out of the 3-year schedule. And especially I'm interested in the parts that are within city control. I recognize that especially funding is outside of city control. You apply for grants and you hope something comes through. But I would assume that the trickiest part of this is the legal and the relationship with SMART, the hardest timeline, and knowing how pressed we are in everything in the legal department. How do we streamline this so that legal can do all the other things that we're asking them to do? Generally, how can we bring the project forward a year?
Keeping it in the top 10 priority list.
I can add something to that if you'd like. I see basically 4 elements that the critical milestones in the overall project schedule. One would be securing ownership and or some kind of an arrangement to proceed with a project. Secondly, design concept consensus. We need to make sure that all of our stakeholders are in agreement with the project. And grant funding is, of course, huge. The project can't move forward without funding. And lastly would be securing the permits. And we could aggressively have a design finished up yet this year and move towards applying for permits into the next fiscal year and possibly have those in hand. But actually doing construction would be dependent on having the money to do so when we let the bids.
Thank you, Council. If I could also add, in addition to what Christopher mentioned, there's legal requirements that we would have to conduct an environmental analysis of the site before acquiring a city interest. And those requirements are intended to protect municipalities from acquiring contaminated properties without knowing that they are. So that would be another feature of that would have to precede actually acquiring property interest. Thank you.
Oh, well, let me just follow up on that. What kind of timeline do you see for that? I mean, I think this sort of piggybacks on what Councilmember McDonald just said, since that's something that would go through the legal department.
That's why I raised it. It's not something we would do ourselves. We've done it in other sites. It's like the phase 1 analysis, which is a research analysis of records, and there's the phase 2 analysis to actually, if warranted, based on the phase 1, to see, if the phase 1 indicates contamination, phase 2 looks at what it is, what's the extent of it, what's the remediation that's needed, et cetera. So we'd answer that with.
I would just say that we probably could do that kind of analysis within the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
One more question?
Yes. Wait a minute. I have a line of people, so, but do you want to jump in on this particular issue?
On this topic, yeah.
This particular issue of this topic? I mean, everybody else wants to speak about the trestle too.
Accelerating time.
Hold on to that, please. Okay, so Councilmember McDonald, are you done? Okay, so Councilmember Fisher, Healy, and then Barnacle. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we can get a description actually of what the project is. Because I know what we studied years ago. Is that still what we're going to be studying? And is it going to be have a train put on it, or just for pedestrians? And give me a little bit of a frame.
We are updating that. And I know that Chris is focused on that kind of initial design phase. But it'll also, and Chris weigh in if I'm not explaining it right, but it'll also depend on what shape the trestle is at this point. We will need to do environmental. I think we have to update our environmental on that, so.
Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. The condition of the trestle underneath of the boardwalk, we can all see the surface well, but if you walk along the docks and look underneath, it is concerning as to the amount of work that's necessary to make the structure safe. And so one of the big questions hanging out there is trolley or train loading versus people loading, because people actually can be, if you really imagine a big event with lots of people on it, can be the governing factor in design. So those conversations are happening with our structural consultants now, and that is one key piece.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. So I do support this. And while we're at it, I would hope we can take a look at the Trestle's next door neighbor, which is the Balshaw Bridge, which is undergoing a rather aggressive form of demolition by neglect, because those laminated wood beams have gotten zero preventative maintenance for at least a decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, to the response to Mr. McDonald's question, Councilmember McDonald's question about could we accelerate it? And Chris, you said that we would be more aggressively pursuing the design phase. I'm imagining that would pull staff from somewhere else. Can you say where we would be pulling staff off of to accelerate the timeline?
I can't speak to that right off until we finish our round of hires, because it is actually our capital improvements group that is down 40%, not overall public works. In reference to earlier comments, just so you're all aware, we're aggressively recruiting engineers and project managers. But I can say that I'm personally involved in this, and as well as Gina, who is a structural engineer with many, many years of experience. So together we bring about 50 years of experience managing this and working with consultants. So it's our hope to not task our staff with too much of the day-to-days. You've got high-level folks handling this as we march it forward, bottom line.
All right, thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember King.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a procedural question. Are we going to be weighing in on each of these items as we go, or are we going to come back?
No, I think Councilmember Healy just felt the need to say that. But no, I think that many of us might prefer to hear everything before we actually start doing a straw poll and narrow it down so that we can pick our top 10.
Okay, I have another comment in general on this, just something I noted when we got, it's in the staff report, but we got our list of who voted for what last time. And I don't quite recall it being that dramatic, but we all had a different number of votes. The range was 17 to 6. No comment about who had the 17 or the 6, but we all have a lot of priorities. So I would recommend that the approach we take is that we pick a number that we can support so that we actually have the discipline to choose priorities.
Yeah, and I think that is what the staff has asked. So we're on the same page here. So thank you. Okay, so is there another presentation on the Trestle, or are we moving on?
I think we're moving on.
Okay.
And the next one is Fairgrounds. And Ingrid, do you want to kick that off?
Sure, Madam Mayor and council members. This next item is the Fairgrounds Engagement Program that we've been discussing in several meetings over the last several months. The good news is that we have a clear direction on what that community engagement is going to look like. We've kicked off the healthy democracy part of the outreach. A panel has been selected, and we are currently actively meeting with the Informational Advisory Committee to develop the initial information that will be shared with the panel. And then in addition to that, we have a series of engagement efforts that we intend to put into place that would engage the entire community as an add-in to the panel recommendations. We are finalizing a survey that will be getting out to the community soon. And then we'll be setting our sights on a workshop and some other activities this summer to coincide with the panel's work. And then our goal is to get all of that information back to council this summer. And then Depending on how those recommendations goes, we would be looking at getting more specific on lease negotiations and determining next steps based on the property evaluations that we've done, and determining whether or not we want to move forward with the master plan and what additional kind of engagement we want to have with the community.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions on that item? All right, good. Moving right along, we are moving on to the Ellis Act, Just Cause.
Thank you. And that'll be Eric Daniel, our city attorney.
Thank you, council. Good evening to you and members of the public. So this is one of those, like I think most of the top 10 projects we're talking about tonight are, it's dense in that it's really more than one project, potentially, depending on how the council directs us. So the pieces of this potentially involve the Ellis Act, or I think more properly or more accurately, potential rent control, local rent control regulations to address the Ellis Act. And I'll talk about why that's the case just briefly. Just cause protections, and presumably, as has been promoted by many members of the public and I think supported by the council, additional local just cause protections to those that now exist in state law since 2019 and the enactment of AB 1482, which is called the Tenant Protection Act. And also, I think there's notes that we didn't list them here in this slide, but about looking at addressing any updates to our mobile home rent control regulations so they continue to function as intended and as they just recently functioned in the most recent proposed rent increase arbitration. So in terms of the Ellis Act provision, what that law really is legal, a legal mechanism to permit landlords to exit the rental market and some penalties if they use that as a dodge to re-enter. The rental market is prohibited, but what many jurisdictions have done who have implemented rent control schemes is to provide greater protections than exist with respect to the rights that landlords have to exit the rental market under the Ellis Act. And those rent control, local rent control schemes also have to conform to the Costa-Hawkins Act and the exceptions in that law, which generally restricts rent control, depending on the age of the property and some other requirements in that law. So what we listed here for potential milestones with respect to these, and I apologize that we didn't list specifics on the mobile home potential updates, but I would place that in fiscal year 23, depending on what else the council directs. So the first milestone on the slide is researching the status of Sonoma County and state tenant protections and options for local just cause protections, which could be in addition to those in the TPA or Tenant Protection Act. One of the things we have to be careful about is it's clear that the TPA allows more stringent local regulations. So that state law does, but we need to double check on this current status of some of the gubernatorial orders that may be restrictive. So we need to double check that. And then depending on the council's direction and their feedback in response to options that staff identify, we could then proceed with those regulations. I think that's pretty straightforward. That's a pretty straightforward exercise. It's a more involved exercise, I think, to implement an entire rent control scheme that requires looking at some kind of decision-making body to administer it and staff to support that effort, and regulations that steer clear of the state law requirements and comply with those that I just mentioned. So that's why we've indicated that a full-blown rent control scheme, which we do not have, as except with respect to mobile homes, would certainly extend into fiscal 24 and possibly beyond. And I just mentioned about what we see as potential timing regarding mobile home rent control updates. And I think those are my initial comments. Be happy to address questions of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilmember Fisher and then Vice Mayor Pesce.
So if we went forward with the just cause to start with, how long do you think that would take you?
Well, I don't, it's within this fiscal year, the upcoming one. And if that's our immediate focus, if that's even more important than, say, updating mobile home rent control, then that would be the first exercise. So I think relatively soon. We've done, as I said, I want to look a little bit more carefully at gubernatorial orders that we may have to navigate, but otherwise we've done most of the research for that. And it's a question of, I think, sharing a menu with the council and getting the council's feedback, and also, of course, from the public too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman and Vice Mayor Pesce.
Thank you, Eric. I wondered, it was my understanding that other communities had utilized the state's rather measly current law, which they refer to as rent control. And that we didn't have to, that we could invoke a lot of these other benefits for renters without actually having a strict local rent control program. Is that wrong? Or?
Well, that's true. I mean, we've mentioned that a few times at prior meetings. So if what you're talking about, Vice Mayor, is AB 1482 or the Tenant Protection Act, that really is state rent control, statewide rent control, and it has it limits rent increases to 5% plus cost of living, or 10%, whichever is lower, retroactive to March 15, 2019. There are certain exempt properties, but it imposes that requirement statewide. That's a true rent control provision. It's not just tenant protection. It's a form of tenant protection, but it's true rent control. It includes just cause eviction requirements as specified in the civil code. They include the exceptions include at fault, tenants at fault, and also reasonable no fault scenarios as they're described. And they only apply, though, after 12 months of continuous lawful occupancy by the tenant, so they're a little limited in terms of when they arise. They also provide for tenant relocation assistance for no fault tenancy terminations, again after 12 months of lawful occupancy. Excuse me. So it's real rent control. It doesn't go as far as I think some members of the public and perhaps some council members would like to see, which is why some jurisdictions have been supplementing it, and why I think the state law permits that, at least in the TPA does. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I'm fine with the rest of the pieces coming forward, but I really want to make sure that we get the 2 quick fixes to the mobile home rent control ordinance done soon before it blows up in our face. And there's another piece, as we've discussed, that may be more complicated, that can lag. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands on this item, so we will move on to the next item, which is roads, projects, bike paths, pedestrian improvements, also known as Safe Streets.
And this will be our Public Works Director, Chris Bolt, and Assistant Director, Gina Petnick-Benedetti.
Thank you very much. We've got an unprecedented level of spending planned on our streets, as you may well know. We have issued bonds to take advantage of the new Measure U revenues, which began last April. So it's only been 1 year that we have been receiving those new Measure U revenues. But the city was very smart in issuing $20 million in bonds to capture today's construction prices and get out of the gate strong, because we're seeing an unprecedented level of inflation within the construction industry. So that was very smart to take advantage of today's interest rates. So we have 3 years to spend the money, and you can see here in our 3-year outlook that we're very aggressive with this unprecedented level of spending. And we definitely want to leverage grants because we actually have a very huge backlog of street work. It's obvious when you drive around, but to put a number to it, it's on the order of $200 million or so, varying estimates depending on what kind of work needs to be done on the streets. So in fiscal year 23, in the near future, we have $7.5 million in pavement improvements and reconstruction projects planned. And we want to definitely prioritize safety improvements and definitely streets in and around school zones. We have a huge focus on bicycle and pedestrian improvements. ADA ramps is a huge part of our capital plan, as well as traffic calming. As you've heard recently, our wayfinding signage program is a big component of our goals here. And we also are working on our active transportation plan, which is in progress now and moving in parallel with the general plan. The local road safety plan adoption is forthcoming. Hopefully by our July council meeting, we'll have that ready for adoption. You heard about that in December, and we've spent the last few weeks soliciting additional public and community input and partnering with our schools to basically do one of the best local road safety plans that I've ever been affiliated with, and I think we're going to be very proud of this. So it's a very impressive document, and it's going to be great for informing many different grant applications, which leads us to our last point, which is applying for grants to help leverage, as I mentioned, the Measure U funds that we have. So moving into fiscal year 24, you see a lot of the same priorities listed. They're just evolving, such as implementation of the local road safety plan and implementation eventually in fiscal year 25 of the active transportation plan after it's completed along with the general plan. But you see, again, $9.45 million invested in 24, and we're kind of moving back down to earth, so to speak, with only 3.9 million, which is still a very aggressive pavement improvement program. And that is funded pretty much in its entirety by grants. And moving into the future after that, we will aggressively pursue any and all grants that we can get our hands on using our new planning documents to help inform those applications and so forth. Gina, would you like to add anything to augment and supplement what we've discussed so far?
Thanks, Christopher. I think the only thing I want to add perhaps is that a couple of really key factors in all of our planning will include the work that we're doing now on VMT, vehicle miles traveled, and we have an effort now with staff and our consultants working on and looking closely at mitigations and VMT banks and transportation demand management strategies that will all feed in, I think, and probably become a pretty integral part of some new milestones that aren't showing up here yet, but that work's in process. I'm excited about that. And then not a small piece, and it is our climate emergency plan, and the work, the goals, and the actions that have thus far been identified have been guiding us already substantially now for quite a while, and will continue to, and will probably become more defined over time, and will continue to provide guidance and more milestones along the path here. So I would be looking to both of those for some additional focus. Thanks.
And Gina, this is Brian. I just wanted to chime in on one more item as a reminder. With our initial Measure U planning, we are looking at a second bond issuance in roughly the fall of 2024, which would land in, that would mean fiscal year 25. The initial program as presented to council was to take about 15 million of that bond issuance for the fire station improvements, which we're going to talk about next, but then carve off at least 5 million for additional road improvements as well. So that would also get added into the overall program that Public Works has been talking about tonight.
And I would also add that FY25 also includes the bond money for Measure U. That's the 3.9 is not just the grants.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Now we see if we have any questions. Start with Councilmember King.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I appreciate the portion of the active transportation that deals with bike and pedestrian, and that's certainly a big part of it. But I would ask my colleagues to consider adding into this, and obviously it will be dependent in large measure on grant, but including bus transit, because that, in order to complete the circle, I think that's going to be needed for all types of active transportation. And I'll again point out that not everybody, can get around on bikes and on their own 2 feet for any good distance. Some people really can't do that at all. And I think if we're moving in that direction, and I believe we will be, and have been, I'd like us to include that in this portion of our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Postcate.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I certainly agree with Councilmember King as to the importance of our bus system as well. But I had a question back to Gina. She mentioned VMT as if that was part of this, on the second page of what we're looking at, talks about VMT as something that we would have to add on in place of something else. Am I missing? It's hard for me to keep up with these kinds of things.
Heather, do you want to?
Sure. So we are currently under contract with Fair and Peers. They are doing work related to VMT. They're doing some of and Gina, jump in if I'm missing something, but I think the work is sidewalk gap closure identification for key areas. It includes development of a TDM, demand management ordinance for the city, as well as an action plan to reduce VMT. So it's and vehicle miles traveled, for clarification. So that will continue. We're under contract with that. So those items will continue, and vehicle miles traveled is part of a large part of the discussion we will be having with the general plan as well.
Okay. And that's to lead to a VMT ordinance, that part of it as well?
The general plan?
The work. Well,
The work that's being done by Fair and Peers is to give us some of that background so we can look at what needs to happen for a TDM ordinance, for a action plan as part of the general plan, and part of the environmental analysis of the general plan. We will need to look at vehicle miles traveled based on the land use scenarios and the infrastructure improvements and those kind of things. And so we'll be looking for ways as part of that to mitigate those impacts through projects, programs, and the like.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, I just want to add that we throw around these acronyms and it can be very confusing. And I think everyone here is used to VMT and what that means and what it is. We don't talk quite as much about TDM, transportation demand management, but it's definitely a tool for us, and the sorts of alternatives in there for transportation demand management can include public transit. Speaking to Councilmember King's and Councilmember Postcase's comments, carpooling, van pooling, ride sharing, walking, cycling, and looking at ways to incorporate this as it relates to our VMT thresholds and offering opportunities, for instance, for developers to contribute toward banks, if you will, exchanges for perhaps for strategies like this, that the money would come in and the city could then take, leverage those funds to meet some of these TDM opportunities in town. So definitely on our minds in a big way. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Well, as long as we're down this rabbit hole, I'm going to stay here for a minute in regard to VMT, because I think there's some misunderstanding in the community about what VMT actually is. And it is simply a way of doing environmental analysis in and around traffic. So where we used to look at level of service, when we look at environmental analysis and impacts of a particular development, we are now looking at vehicle miles traveled. Is that a fair assessment? So it's not like a separate program. It's part of our environmental review of projects.
Correct.
Thank you. There's somewhere else I want to go with that. In terms of transit, I do think we need to include public transit in here, but I also think that we really need to reimagine our public transit. And thank you, Councilmember King, for nodding your head on that. Because as the ad hoc on the Climate Commission for mobility, we're talking about, how do we make it sexier and more fun and more interesting and more usable than it is now, instead of having just bus lines that go from here to there. How do we have a loop system, and how do we have, like a fun shuttle that has, open air and that kind of thing. So I would really like us to start looking at how we do reimagine our entire transit system if we're going to meet our climate goals. That's all I have on that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you very much. These are all really awesome goals to, really improve the mobility through the city, and especially all the biking and pedestrian safety efforts. But we seem to have to fight these one-off. Every neighborhood that we want to do a traffic calming, and feels like they're the first ones imposed upon. And I was wondering if we can get in here some sort of programmatic publishing that says, we're not taking credit for this bike boulevard. We're modeling for the one that helps your neighborhood. And similarly with other traffic calming. Can we get in here an element that addresses all city areas, maybe even invites neighborhood participation for the kind of thing? And so the project that's built is not a single product, it's the model. So that when we do the next one, the public time isn't years in the offing. The second one happens rather rapidly because the model is so well advertised out. I guess I'm asking Chris for a little feedback on that one. And secondarily, I would like to ask if we can get in here a priority list or a candidate list, because so much of what we find is that one neighborhood becomes exasperated with a condition, it becomes the squeaky wheel, and that's effective in solving one problem, but it's really not programmatic, or it's not managing. So, I'd love for this task to show how we get ahead and can tell the public that we hear it, we hear what they're asking, and know how we're going to solve.
Thank you for those comments. And I do agree with you on the need for, if I heard you correctly, additional outreach and messaging. Is that right, Councilmember McDonald?
I'd like the additional outreach to be in the cause of streamlining the time for the next outreach, and the ability to execute a second project quickly, because the first outreach was broader. Yes.
Okay, absolutely. Perhaps this could be a topic that we discuss at PBAC a little bit. Would that be appropriate?
I think all discussion on this would be great. Thanks for that offer. Yes.
Excellent. And Gina, I don't know if you want to supplement on that as well. You're the liaison with PBAC, and wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I don't have any objection, of course, to carrying that conversation forward, and time willing, we will, put that on our upcoming agenda items and see what we can do with that.
Can I ask that, being a priority, we figure out a way to make it time happening rather than time willing?
You know,
I've been calling some extra meetings already lately, so I'm sure that the committee would be happy to, you know, if we're too jammed up in meetings, I'm confident that they'll want to, you know, take this on when they can, and absolutely, I'll review it with the chair.
And Gina, can I just ask that part of our active transportation plan would also include some of these projects so we can tee that up in our CIP?
Yes, absolutely. The active transportation plan is, in fact, just moving into a phase where we've gathered enough data that PBAC will soon have an opportunity to start piecing out projects and prioritizing target areas. And so that's the work that's going to be happening over the next 2 or 3 months.
And Councilmember McDonald, that's actually going to be occurring in this fiscal year. So that.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something else to bring up? Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
2 questions. Start with the highest level one. What does success look like in the short and medium term for this goal?
Well, I'll begin answering that. I think success looks like, you know, we're still identifying which streets exactly will be done in the coming year here in fiscal 23. We're also identifying a normative framework to choose, you know, how to select streets, but definitely seeing construction happen, seeing smoother, safer, better streets throughout our community that implement the active transportation components. We are viewing with a complete streets mindset, with bicycle and pedestrian, you know, kind of a whole neighborhood's philosophy and way of thinking. So, Gina, do you want to help with any additional thoughts on that? There's so many pieces to this.
Yeah, there are a lot of pieces, and I think all those are great measures of success. And I think just on a gut check level, when our community is excited about driving across town on something besides a motorized vehicle and feeling safe and comfortable about it, and when our folks that are on foot or on wheels, you know, rolling, are also, you know, excited about and comfortable and safe on our sidewalks and feeling welcome. And when we have people visiting this town and saying, wow, this is just such an amazing place. I feel so welcome here. This is a community that makes me want to stay here. I don't feel like I'm crowded out by the traffic. I'm not crowded out by unsafe streets. This is amazing. Petaluma, how did you do this? Those are the measures of success that you know we're excited for.
And I would also add that our goal is vision zero. So 0 fatalities, no injuries. And like I said, that folks can do multimodal travel safely. So.
I would additionally like to add a long-term measure of success would be to get people out of single occupancy vehicles. It's been identified that we need a mode shift of approximately 75% of people out of vehicles.
Rihanna, just to introduce you, this is our climate action manager, Rihanna Frank.
Thank you very
My
much.
apologies. I'm sorry, I just jumped right in.
Speak. It'd be really good to identify yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was mentioning, my apologies. But in order to meet our climate goals for 2030, it's been identified that we need a mode shift of 75%. That means 75% of people out of their vehicles and using some other mode of transportation, whether it's transit or active transportation. So that could also be a measure of long-term success.
You all know the way to my heart. Thank you. First, second question, the community created a policy platform group, Safe Streets Petaluma, and how do the 10 points included in that policy platform mesh with staff's understanding of this goal? And would it be fair to, how accurate would it be to use that as a platform to define this goal?
Councilmember Barnacle, because council is not, I don't know that all council members have seen it, and I don't know that all the members of the public have. We would probably bring that back, and we can attach that to our staff report and talk about how those milestones and those goals mesh. But I don't know that, and I know that staff has looked at that, and I think there is some commonality there, but I don't think we're prepared to speak about it tonight.
I'm pretty sure the community's reached out to every council person with the platform. Has anyone not seen it? Okay. Can I get the question answered?
Well, I think you just did, in that staff is not prepared to answer that specifically. So if you want to do your follow-up to what you would like to see from that included.
I will save that for my council comment.
Okay, thank you. Now it's back to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you for my second bite of the apple. I would say success for me would be when we start prioritizing everything over the single occupancy vehicles, especially gas powered. I want to talk a little bit about the Cool City Challenge and Cool Petaluma for a moment, because as you know, we engaged 300 different community members to be cool block leaders. And every time we had a session and we asked them what they envisioned for their block, every single person said, I want to slow traffic down. I want fewer cars on the street. And I want to sort of regain my public space. And so as these cool blocks are going through the program, they started in January. And so by the end of the year, we will have had probably 150 of these cool blocks developing. And they are, again, all asking for ways to create this on their block. How do they slow down traffic? And so the question is, can we have some sort of quick build options for those blocks? And this is sort of, we don't need to go out to them, right? Because they're already coming to us saying, this is what we want to do in our block. And we all agree on the block, this is what we want to do. And as blocks become neighborhoods, then, we get into even bigger sort of projects, but we already have an engaged community. And are there a set of things that we can offer them to say, yes, these are some of the things that we can do for you that are quick and easy on your block and neighborhood?
Well, I'm going to, Chris, I'm going to just jump in here. I would say that we are starting to do that. I don't know that we have a list already set up, but I think talking to the neighbors and understanding what their challenges are, since they're already interested. And I think, again, that is part of staff's plan to, do that outreach and make sure, because I'm sure we've heard from many of those neighbors. And so I'm sure that staff has got a list. But I think that could be part of the scope of this priority.
Great. And one of the biggest things is that some of the streets are really wide, like Broadway is 40 feet wide and it's 2 blocks long. And so people get to speed on that, particularly since it's right next to Petaluma High School.
And that's part of also our pilot program on Rainier Avenue. So, that would be one of those, streets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How do we narrowing the lanes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other council comments or questions at this point on this item. So now we will move on to the new fire station item.
And that will be our Assistant City Manager, Brian Cochran.
Okay, thank you, Council and Mayor. Good evening. This particular initiative is called New Fire Station, though it perhaps could be retitled to something like Public Safety Facilities Reimagining or something like that, because there's a lot of really exciting work going on in this area already, and it's been going on for a number of months. So we are gathering a number of different staff and departments to gather up all the different plans and analyses that have already occurred over the past decade plus for our different public safety facilities, to put all of that information and package it together and then go and get a very specialized and experienced consultant who does both safety facility design work as well as public safety facility strategic plans, and to put one of those plans together for Petaluma. So that work is in progress. And so you see there in FY23, completing the public safety facilities assessment and strategic plan is basically job one at this point. That could include any of the following: the fire station remodels, both at stations 2 and 3, as well as potential work at the existing station 1, evaluating all of the sites, their needs, their lack of certain infrastructure, et cetera, and what do those facilities need to look like in the future. That also includes renovations potentially to our police station, or what our police department overall is going to need for their operations in the future. And then looking at initial sites and designs for those different facilities. I think possibly the most exciting piece of that particular assessment is that we will come out of the assessment with multiple scenarios. So multiple could be 4, 5, 6 different scenarios that are sort of a if this then that type of thing that will step us through in an organized year by year fashion, as well as with cost estimates, what these different scenarios would look like for our facilities. So that work is ongoing and should be done in 23 to have the assessment done, so we can look at, okay, what is the best option for Petaluma, what is potential funding, and then do community outreach as well on what those scenarios and that plan actually looks like. So then the rest of the bullet points on the slide really are dependent on that initial assessment. So these are definitely draft milestones at this point, because these could change depending on the results of that assessment. But potentially what that could look like is upgrading the existing fire stations, minimally 2 and 3 to remain completely operational. If it's decided within that plan to do a new station 1 or some other new public safety facility, we may need to acquire a new site if the city doesn't already own it, and then complete all of the design work and the entitlements to go ahead and actually do construction. So then that would likely put us into fiscal 25 for the construction phase. Any additional upgrades or seismic retrofitting that may need to occur at our existing facilities, and then move through the construction phase to open them. So with that, I know we have representatives from police and fire, public works, as well as city manager's office, who are all collaborating on this project together, if there are any questions.
Okay, so they're available for questions, not for presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, so Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Healy.
So first question, so are we proposing that we change this from fire station to emergency facility or emergency public safety?
Yeah, we have an existing capital improvement program project called Public Safety Facilities Assessment.
Right.
So staff really view that as step 1 that I talked through, and then we would move into the future constructions of some of these other upgrade or new facility projects. So it is kind of a package of items that are all kind of falling under that assessment umbrella.
Got you. Is there any look at potentially including other city administration services, like consolidating city hall there so that we create more space for affordable housing and things like that?
We haven't gotten there yet. There may be recommendations from the consultant in those scenarios, 1, 2, 3, 4, however many, on whether it should be a combined safety facility that we would want to target versus separate facilities for police and fire, as well as potential emergency operations center, training center. So there are these other components related to citywide operations as well as police and fire. We haven't quite gone down the road yet of new city hall or new administration or things like that yet.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. I just, I'll just say my comment right now. I just want to advocate for a strong look at consolidating our city administrative services so that we create more space for affordable housing on public land.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So this has undergone a rather remarkable amount of mission creep since this was first discussed at our goal setting. And, you know, if all of this can actually be achieved, I'm fine with that. But the core issue is getting a replacement fire station number 1, as far as I'm concerned, because that is an 80-year-old facility and it needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed as soon as that bond issuance happens. And if all the rest of this can happen and be studied in conjunction with that, that's great. But that one piece really needs to be fast-tracked through this process. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think staff definitely appreciate that. We're also very cognizant, as I mentioned on the last goal, that we are projecting a bond issuance for the fall of 2024. And so the intent with this project is absolutely, yes, we need to be ready to implement the expenditure of that bond money as soon as it's available. So all of this lead up work will culminate with spending that money on whatever the decisions are.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to the next item, which is the tree ordinance. Is that right? Yes.
And that'll be Heather Hines.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So I want to run through these milestones. And then I also, Cindy Chong is, I believe, a panelist. So if there's questions on some of the work that's been happening with the Tree Advisory Committee. So looking at this, we all know there has been a lot of community discussion about our tree ordinances and the impact not only protecting our trees, the impact it has on our climate initiatives, and the importance that we do a pretty significant overhaul to what we currently have on the books for our tree ordinances. So fiscal year 23, really looking, reviewing the existing regulations and the compilation of information that I know the Tree Advisory Committee has been working on, as well as support from Relief, identifying those case studies, best practices, kind of the exemplary ordinances in other jurisdictions, drafting the ordinance, community engagement, involving our committees and commissions before starting that adoption process, which we see as definitely involving the Tree Advisory Committee and then Planning Commission and City Council ultimately for adoption. So moving into fiscal 24 would really be that implementation, outreach to educate and celebrate the new ordinance, as well as moving forward with some of those tree planting efforts that have been started and anticipate continuing.
And maybe I don't have to say this, but the tree ordinance we're looking at as staff is retention of our existing trees, because we are in a mega drought and we know how difficult it is to start new trees. So it's really retention of our existing tree canopy.
Correct. And really our existing ordinance has a pretty small number of trees that is considered protected. And so the discussion that has been happening is that a tree is a tree and there's a value to a tree, whether it's a specific type or not. And that cutting trees down unnecessarily to replace them with smaller trees that take years and years and years to gain that canopy and that maturity. So really looking at this as an opportunity to exemplify the best possible tree ordinance for the city.
Any council comment on this?
I
Councilmember
was just
Fisher?
saying, it can't come a moment too soon. Every time I see a tree cut down, it just wrenches my gut. Yeah, so
Thank you.
let's get going.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Are we doing comment right now or questions?
Mostly it's questions
Okay.
or things, direction.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess at some point. Things that will help bring the council together to decide on 10 items. So if you have something to say that might take us in that direction, this is the time to do it. I would just like to say that the tree ordinance is near and dear to me. And one of the things it really needs to have a stronger say on is how people are treating the trees that are out there, and not only removing them, but by butchering them through really bad pruning that we've seen happen on Petaluma Boulevard. And there just needs to be consequences and real penalties for that. So I'm obviously going to support this one for certain. So I'm saying that, but I haven't I haven't seen all of them already, so maybe that was a little too soon. Okay, so now we're on to the next item.
And that again will be
Decarbonize
Heather Hine.
existing buildings.
I'm going to turn it to Rihanna to run through these milestones and then available for questions or comments to help with that. Rihanna?
Thank you so much, Heather. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. As you all are well aware of, we have very ambitious climate goals of being carbon neutral by 2030. The greatest obstacle to those goals is the conversion of our modes of travel, which we discussed earlier with safe streets and active transportation. The second greatest obstacle is going to be building decarbonization. We will need to convert 85% of our current building stock to electric energy supply. And staff and I have drafted these milestones to help us get there if this item is to be elevated. For fiscal year 23, we would need to create an urban building energy model for Petaluma residents. Staff is very well aware of the equity issues that are entangled into this item. So we would work to research funding opportunities and program options to address equity issues. We would research other programs that other jurisdictions have done work on. We would work to identify key internal stakeholders for regular discussion and engagement. And we would develop an outreach education plan. For fiscal year 2024, we would continue with the community outreach and feedback, develop an incentive program to address equity issues. We would begin drafting an overall comprehensive electrification plan, and then reach out to industry partners to make sure that there is training and education done so that we have suppliers in the local region. And then for fiscal year 25, we would implement the comprehensive electrification plan and continue with community outreach. So as you can see, we would prioritize community outreach through all 3 fiscal years and work to resolve equity issues throughout the entire process. We're available for questions now.
Councilmember King.
Thank you. I noted in the staff report, one of the items that we semi-prioritized last time was adding battery storage to our existing solar project and our future floating solar at Ellis Creek. Can we, the indication in the report is that would be combined with what is now decarbonized existing buildings and et cetera. And I hope that no one, or I hope that everyone really will include that in their goals and priorities, as well as what is being presented by staff. So I just want to make that comment. It seems like it mentions it's currently in progress, but the future of particularly solar is going to involve battery storage so that it can be used more than the number of hours a day it can generate electricity. So I would add that, and I'm glad to see that there's going to be some form of a plan so that the city can start noting some of the milestones that it's meeting toward a very aggressive 2030 goal. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher, followed by Vice Mayor Pusey.
So Rihanna, what role do you see the Climate Commission playing in this? And if we're not actually implementing the plan till 2025, that means we'll only have 5 years to actually get the plan done. That wasn't a question, it was a comment.
Well, I think the first part of your comment was a question. So
she's coming on.
Rihanna, do you want to talk about the role of the Climate Action Commission?
Yes, I could take that on. The role of the Climate Action Commission is to provide tools and resources in this process. For example, Panama introduced me to Zero Home, who is a company that does an urban building energy model. And from that introduction, I was able to reach out to Kelly Cunningham with PG&E and secure funding from PG&E to get a citywide energy model completed for Petaluma on PG&E's dollar. So I would expect that the Climate Action Commission would continue to advise and be a resource and a tool in this process.
Thank you.
Council member, Vice Mayor Postcay.
I'm greatly in support of this item. And I also wanted to say that you know, I as badly as we need this, that I think I'd like to see this somehow lead through, maybe this is going to happen automatically through the general plan advisory committee or through our general plan consultant, but like a comprehensive plan to reach our climate goals in 2030, you know, to follow this, what comes after this, and this, you can't wait till this is done, but what starts in another year or two after this.
So, Vice Mayor, I just want to kind of point out a couple of things with that. The climate action plan is in process, and some of the things that staff has been grappling with and Rihanna has been quoting from are some of those metrics we're getting from that. The initial information we're getting is kind of how do we get to carbon neutrality? So that's the 75% of the mode shift, and that's the 85% of the existing building stock. So even though we don't have an adopted climate action plan, we're working towards things that are going to be in the climate action plan because we know we have such limited time to make such huge strides. I also I know it's kind of old news, but we also have a very robust and aggressive new construction all electric ordinance, and that continues. That was a huge step that we took to make sure that every new structure or substantial remodel addition is electric. So we are making progress. We're not sitting on our hands while we're having these discussions. We are continuing to move towards that.
Did you have another question? No. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Healy. Councilmember Healy.
Really excited to see this on there. Glad you're speaking with Panama. I'll just say that Petaluma probably has some of the thought leaders in the entire country on this topic. And we absolutely should be working very closely with them. I see the talk about incentive programs to address equity issues. The equity issues go beyond some of the incentives too. There's operating costs. And if we're going to be addressing the existing building stock, we really need to be showing solidarity and supporting efforts at the state to reform electric rates and support. I mean, these are like massive things that we can't do anything about here, but we need to, sort of like the CalPERS divestment stuff, we have to figure out a way to punch above our weight. The other, I have the hard time believing that we're going to get a majority up here for ripping people's gas stoves out on, January 1st, 2031. If they don't have it, but the area where we can put really strong triggers in place is renters. And they, if we want to center equity in this, focusing on the health and safety code, focusing on indoor air quality, creating a rental registry, something that would go really well with our just cause eviction ordinance. And we can put renters in the front of the line for this transition. There's some interesting legal questions right now about using the World Health Organization standard for outdoor air quality as an indoor air quality standard. Because I don't know, I hope everybody in here has been seeing the stories coming out about gas stoves. But up until very recently, I was a renter, and the last 5 places I lived in had gas stoves and non-functioning ventilation hoods. And I had no ability to impact it. The situation, if I did call the landlord or I called the city and reported it, then I have to worry about my rent going up, right? So those are just some of the equity issues. But if we really, really center renters in this, we can actually make a big dent in some of this. We can go after some of the big health and safety concerns. There's some people here talking about evictions, but making sure that people aren't breathing toxic air in their home is probably the top priority for me in our existing building ordinance, because it's the thing that we can do. It's the thing we can actually, and in the process, we're going to get a lot of monitoring data about really, really unsafe situations, and we're going to revoke the gas industry social license in the process. I'd love for us to be a leader in that fight. And that is my question.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So further to Councilmember King's comments, I completely agree that battery storage is essential to facilitating more wind and solar penetration in our area. But it's not obvious to me that every solar installation needs to have its own battery system. And particularly now with the application before Permit Sonoma for a huge battery storage facility right next to the PG&E substation. So before we go marching down the road of adding battery storage to our own solar facilities, I think we should put pencil to paper and see if the new private battery storage is going to meet the need for us. I don't have an opinion on that. It's just a question. I'm flagging the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, so we can move on to the next item. And that is the cannabis ordinance.
And that will be kicked off by our city attorney, Eric Danley.
Thank you, Council. Sorry for the delay doing some mic switching here as we get our equipment set up for these hybrid meetings. So regarding cannabis regulation, which is, I'm going to characterize again as another of it's a dense priority, because to me it's depending on the council's direction, it's probably three independent but related projects in terms of legislation, and that relates to land use, because currently cannabis is not a permitted use. Cannabis retail is not a permitted use anywhere in the city, and so there's those zoning issues and potentially general plan issues to address there. And then there's police power type regulations related to the use. And the council, I'm sure, will recall recently the tobacco retail licensing regulations we adopted that address things like setbacks from other uses, permitting process, inspection process, compliance regulation enforcement process, those sorts of things. And the other potentially, again, depending on council direction, is a financial component as to whether there's going to be local taxation, and staff research of that, and laying out to the council options of that. And I suspect council members, like others of us, have been looking at ways in which that is continuing to be a topic of conversation in jurisdictions that are contemplating or that have retail cannabis and also cannabis cultivation, in terms of the impact on the industry from local taxation, in addition to the state taxation. So those are some of the three main components, I think. And in terms of the milestones that are listed for fiscal 23 on the slide, it lists community outreach, and that's really that's stakeholder outreach, such as we've done with other major regulatory initiatives. Some of the council members may recall massage establishment regulations. Another example more recently is the tobacco retail license, where we had stakeholder conversations. We've had others with businesses, downtown businesses, such as regarding single-use plastics and polystyrene. So then identifying case studies from other jurisdictions, and these would be in the three, I mean, again, depending on council focus, potentially in the three areas I mentioned, as to what are some successful models from other jurisdictions. I think there's been some success in Santa Rosa. So we don't have to look super far for those, but it's always important to look for good examples so we don't reinvent the wheel and are efficient and benefit from the experience of our neighbors and other jurisdictions. And then there's identifying geographic areas that relates to land use considerations. And then economic forecasting would our economic development director and open government director can talk more about that, but I think that has to do with some of the financial considerations I mentioned and potential sustainable revenue component of local regulations. And then you see, so that's fiscal 23, and what's listed under 24 is follow-up on outreach and staff analysis and options that are identified to get direction from the public and from the council for legislative development and presentation. And then we've listed those categories again as to what are potential regulatory structures that we would bring. And then, of course, community feedback on those, like we always have, since that's a public process. And then there'd be the enactment process, depending on what's coming forward. And just as a reminder with respect to that, if there's a land use component, which I anticipate there would be, then there's the planning commission part. There's potentially other subordinate bodies that may be involved in this, and then that being brought before the council. So that's a brief summary of what's outlined on the slides, and be happy to address council questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll kick this off. To me, this is the first one of the council goals that sounds like there's nothing but foot dragging. I don't understand why we feel we have to reinvent every answer to every question about this issue that has been voted on by the voters of California. And, we have a city, that's 20 miles away from us that has many of these that seem to be working successfully. They just opened a new one. I see this as revenue that's not coming to our city, that really for no other reason except that someone doesn't want it to happen. And I don't know if that's a misreading on my part, but I don't see anything in this presentation that is different than the arguments against this when it hadn't even been legalized yet. And we then ended up just having delivery instead of dispensaries. I think we're just moving in too slowly or not at all. And I don't understand it, and I certainly do not support it. And I support that we move forward in the fiscal year 23 with getting this cannabis ordinance, retail ordinance. It has nothing to do with growing. So that's another red herring for this city, so we can get more revenue. So that's my opinion on that. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I would, when I look at this, I agree. I was going to use the word conservative in terms of the approach here. My proposal, and I wonder how other council members feel about this, is if Santa Rosa has an ordinance that seems to be working, I've heard you mention that a few times. How about we bring Santa Rosa's ordinance to us as soon as possible? And we'll, I don't think we need a study session. I don't think we need to do community outreach for something the voters have said that they support. I don't think we need case studies. I don't think we need to identify initial geographic areas. And I don't really think we need to develop economic forecasting. I think we just need to bring Santa Rosa's ordinance to us and have community engagement on the draft ordinance right here inside of City Hall, and ideally adopt it with one meeting, and we move forward. Maybe, the Planning Commission that can have some things too, but I don't think we need case studies. I think we just need an ordinance that's working somewhere else, and bring it to us with modifications that you think make it Petaluma specific. But this doesn't need to take 2 years.
Thank you, Councilmember Vice Mayor Posake, and then Councilmember Huey.
I'm in pretty much agreement with council members, Barrett and Barnacle. I wondered, is this, the way this is described, it appears it requires 4 ordinances, separate ordinances for land use, police power and enforcement. Am I reading that right? I'm not sure if that means, it loses plural.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're having trouble hearing a lot of the council members.
Excuse me. I was wondering if this is, 3 different ordinances under FY '24, as well as another ordinance for taxing. And I'm wondering how many ordinances Santa Rosa has in this regard, if anyone's aware of that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, would the council like me to respond, or should I wait until we hear the?
Well, go ahead if you have the response.
Sure. So if it's the council's direction to go straight to bringing an adaptation of an exemplar, we can do that. We haven't. We would need to look. I believe that in Santa Rosa we will find their regulatory scheme that's a police power scheme, their land use scheme that's locational and zoning. And so I'm anticipating, and if there's revenue component, that's a third component. So typically those are in separate locations in the code. They would be in ours. So 3 ordinances, if you will, they could be done in an omnibus way. But the land use part that can't just come straight to the council. That's got to go through the planning commission for that. So and obviously it's a different jurisdiction. So the zones are different, et cetera. And in terms of setbacks and things, as we have codified concerning tobacco retail sales, I don't know if that's an issue that's of importance to the council, or the direction would be to just look at the Santa Rosa approach, but we can do that if that's the council's direction. So could certainly do that.
Did you have another question?
No,
Okay, so Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I don't mean to pile on here, but I would agree that I don't see a need for case studies or economic forecasting. And with respect to the geographic areas, if memory serves, we had a rather deep discussion on that with respect to our cannabis delivery ordinance and identified areas of town where those could and could not locate. And so I would just suggest bringing forward that same map or same set of criteria for us to review. And if there's any change needs to be made, we can do that. But I think that would cut some red tape out of the process. Thank you.
Councilmember King.
I have to agree with all the other speakers. We had a fairly lengthy discussion on this probably 6 years ago. I remember we had, I think, 3 meetings on cannabis. But the one things I'd like to point out is these are legal businesses now, and they've been operating in the state for 4 or 5 years or so. And I think a council can make a decision on this based on a draft ordinance with a map that includes the potential areas where the businesses can be located, similar to a industrial zone. And a lot of the rest of this, I'm not even sure why we would need economic forecasting. Community engagement, we can have at the night of the meeting, or, if it's fiscal 23, the night of the meeting next year, for some council to make a decision up and down. This has been discussed at some length on this dais, maybe not with every member here, but at least 2 of us were in favor of having this done when it was originally put together that are still here. And one of us had, a wait and see, but semi-favorable approach, and that member is still here. So I'd like to see this moved along a little more quickly. I don't think we're making this, I think, more complicated than it needs to be.
Thank you. Okay, McDonald, Fisher, and then Barnacle.
Thank you much. I concur. I'm either all in for right now or actually, take it off the table because we have there's so many items and council is concerned about when the deliverable is on every single item, and we have to find a way to expedite and get things done sooner. So I'm comfortable with taking the model ordinance, if you will. It's something that's working, but we just have to hit goals sooner here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember
Yeah,
Blondell.
in response to Councilmember King, and putting a retail use like this in an industrial zone, why wouldn't we be putting it right in our downtown? That's where the people are. They don't have to drive. And so I would just weigh in that would be my preference.
And if I may respond,
Sure.
I don't really care. I want to see an ordinance that gives some suggested locations and we can make that decision. Some council in the future can make that decision. What I am saying is that what I was attempting to say before, and perhaps not particularly well, is that the city council had 3 meetings where we discussed at length, largely because there was changes in state law at the time. Cannabis sales, cannabis delivery, whether we were going to do it, whether we were not going to do it. And there is a lot of information in there about where we did permit delivery businesses to exist. So I don't think it's going to be that difficult. I think you may hear from the public that there are places where they don't want to have these businesses for a variety of reasons, parks, schools, that type of thing. And I think, not that we're going to get to this tonight, I think that's something that a council, once it gets a report back, and that report is out to the general public, can receive the community engagement and make decisions.
Thank you, Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you.
Maybe you could speak into your, because you were the person who spoke before this,
Sure.
where the complaint came up.
Okay. Eric, why do you think, I guess I want to just ask a question. We're all saying that needs to be expedited. Why do you think that we need to take this amount of time in developing this?
Well, I was suggesting it because, it's certainly true that there was a very detailed and thorough discussion when the current regulations we have on the books were enacted, and they're basically a ban on retail cannabis, with exceptions for delivery, and a permitting of some edible non-retail edibles. So that was a thorough discussion, and there was lots of stakeholder information, and there is local location-specific regulations about where the permitted activity can occur. So to me, that it's the translation of that legislation and that council direction into a permitted use locationally and a retail sales activity that's permitted that's a pretty big leap. I'm hearing some direction from the council that's in terms of location that's helpful. It wasn't obvious to me in the past that we already had that location, but it's helpful to get that direction. In terms of the, and as I said, we can look at Santa Rosa's ordinance and their package to come back. And so if the council prefers to give its legislative direction without that process, we can certainly do that. And that's the council's prerogative. I'm not trying to suggest in any way that it's not, because it certainly is. The business about economic review, I've been tracking these issues in other jurisdictions and how them being addressed. And one of the things I'm seeing is concerns about taxation burdens driving the business away from legitimate business to non-permitted business, and that's a potential economic issue that could affect the council's policy about that potentially to me, but it's not for me to prescribe that, and I don't mean to be prescribing that. This, as Peggy said, these are placeholders to get council direction and for things to be slotted in priority order. So,
well, I'll just weigh in then. Thank you for that. I don't think it's a big deal. I lived in Portland for 4 years, and I had 5 retail cannabis shops that were within a 5-minute walk or 10-minute walk of my house. I'm not saying that I want to see, little green cross signs all over Petaluma. So the density, I think, is something that matters. But like relegating it to industrial zones continues to demonize marijuana in a way that I don't think we want to, and a way that I think that the voters of California said that they didn't want to. We have had numerous DUIs in this city, and we still have a bunch of breweries and bars all over our downtown. And I don't think I've heard of too many DUIs. Maybe the chief can weigh in on this of people that are stoned to bejesus. They probably just, yeah. Anyway, I just don't think that we need to worry about it so much. It's a normal thing. It's a drug. We don't want children using it, but if adults want to use it, let them do it. So let's start making money on it. I agree. We don't need to worry about the tax right now. That's a level of complexity that I don't think we need. I think we just need to start selling it.
So for clarification purposes, for purposes of now, or when the council talks about revenue, it's just sales tax revenue from retail sales. Okay, that's helpful too. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And let us move on to the next item, which is integrated pest management.
And typically you would hear from the assistant to the city manager, Patrick Carter, but tonight you'll hear from Drew Halter and Rihanna Frank.
Thank you, city manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members and community. Great to be with you all tonight and share some draft milestones for the Integrated Pest Management Plan, or IPMP. Now, while the Parks and Recreation Department will play an important role in implementing the city's IPMP, the successful implementation really requires significant community outreach and engagement, as well as close coordination between several departments and dozens of staff representing the airport and marina, streets and water division, Ellis Creek wastewater treatment facility, fire prevention, legal, city management, climate action, and communications personnel. So the consultants from Blankenship have conducted staff interviews and site visits throughout Petaluma during the past month or several months, and have at least one more interview to go before sharing some draft preliminary findings with the group. Next steps include sharing those summary findings with the community working group and integrate feedback into a draft plan before presenting to the appropriate boards, committees, and commissions. So on its current track, staff anticipates presenting the IPMP program to City Council for consideration in fiscal year 23 and recommending resources to fully support its implementation and monitoring in subsequent years. So with that, I just want to thank you all, and I'm happy to answer questions as Rihanna Frank is also available. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rihanna, were you giving a presentation at this point?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm just here for support and to help answer questions.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so any questions on this issue? Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. This might be a question for the city attorney, actually. Would the mosquito abatement district be subject to whatever ordinance we adopt here, or are they going to continue doing what they do?
I may have to double check that, Councilmember Healy, but I don't think they're directly subject to our regulations. I think they have their own little piece of the police power to regulate vectors.
Okay, thank you.
But we can come back with that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. And just for clarification, the IPMP is regarding all things city, city as a business rather than any private or public use in the city. Is that right? It's just for city business?
That's correct. That's correct, Councilmember McDonald. Just the city properties.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions at this point? Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is the ad hoc Community Advisory Committee recommendation and police oversight.
Thanks for spelling that out, Mayor. And tonight it'll be our Chief Savano that will kick this off.
Thank you, City Manager Flynn, Mayor Barrett, council members. Pleasure to be here this evening to speak to you. Ken Savano, honored to serve as your police chief tonight with Officer Flores as well, joining us in the council chamber. So thank you for that. Talking about the ad hoc Community Advisory Committee recommendations that you gave direction back on April 4th. As a result of a lot of engaged community members that helped us bring those recommendations to you. So a quick moment to recognize the community for those efforts that has brought us here this evening. We have optimistic, but I think realistic goals that we have set and some milestones that I'll share with you. And I'll do that briefly to give you an opportunity to ask questions, and we can get to hearing from staff with a few more, or sorry, the public with a few more slides following this slide. This is number 10 of 10 though, so we're getting close to the end. You'll see in fiscal year 23, we are optimistic that we can obviously develop and issue an RFP to do two things. One, address DEI citywide, comprehensively throughout the city and the city's workforce, but also develop an RFP to deal with selecting and recruiting the independent police auditor, which you gave us very clear direction about on April 4th. We would do both of those RFP processes simultaneously, and from previous commitments from City Manager Flynn, those RFPs, you'd have some input in those and how we move forward with those. Next, we would look at developing an ordinance that would establish the Public Safety Advisory Committee that you also gave us direction to do. And then the final phase or third phase of the hybrid oversight model would be to develop a strategic plan for us to staff and resource a CALIA accreditation. CALIA, for those in the audience, is the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies. And that was the third and final phase with the independent police auditor, the Public Safety Advisory Group, and CALIA accreditation. Then as we moved into fiscal year 24, we would look at developing and implementing a DEI action plan through the DEI consultant. We would also at that point have a police auditor that's retained, and we'd be looking to receive our first annual report from that independent police auditor. And then finally, that process would allow us the opportunity to review, recommend, and update any police policies related to those reports from the auditor. And then we would be in the first of a 3-year accreditation process in fiscal year 24. Moving on to fiscal year 25, you'll see that we'd be then looking at an action plan and a report out on the DEI action plan. Obviously, another report from the police auditor, same review of our practices and policies, similar to the mayor's pledge and our commitment going forward to build even more community trust and confidence. And we'd be in year 2 of 3 of the CALIA self-accreditation process. As I jump back to fiscal year 23, I'll tell you that most of those objectives we feel that we can accomplish the selection of the DEI consultant and the independent police auditor by the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 23. I hope that we can do it sooner, but we're balancing all the things we're talking about tonight. And we look forward to bringing that information back to you. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. And do we have any questions or comments on this? Not, yes, okay.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate that you indicated and early in fiscal year ending, second quarter ending. I look at some of these and a year is a long time, whether we're, does the answer mean October or does it mean May, June sometimes? And so I appreciate setting a high bar on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. And just for clarity, we're talking second quarter of our fiscal year. So we'd be looking at December of 22. Yeah, thank you.
That was that I was just going to jump in on that. I thought I said this fiscal, this coming one. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, anybody else? No, not seeing any. So thank you very much for that presentation. And Okay, now these are items underway or that can be consolidated. I'm not, is that
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that'll
our
be
city
me.
manager?
So just as a reminder, just as a follow-up, Councilmember McDonald, tonight, as much as staff would love to say that we'll get all of these things done in a certain quarter, until council has, formalized our top 10 list. I think staff just hasn't been able to really analyze. Even when we were talking about cannabis, I think that we've got some placeholder milestones, but I think staff will be able to really drill down and bring council back a very specific plan. So this category represents work that's underway, or that items can be consolidated. I think you heard earlier, like Just Cause, the mobile home ordinance, that we can kind of lump that work together. We are currently underway with our solar project, and in response to one of the speakers earlier in public comment, I just want to recognize that we have updates in our monthly update that's issued mid-month, and it's on our website, and you can always find out what the status of those projects are. And we are looking into battery storage as is feasible. So staff is continuing to look at that for all of our solar projects, including our floating solar. City charter amendments, we're looking at a possible tee-up in fiscal year 24 with work to start in fiscal 25, but that's up to council as far as formalizing that. Our committees, commissions, and boards, now that our city clerk is back with us from parental leave, I'll be working very closely with her on ways that we can streamline and cross-pollinate our committees, commissions, and boards, and work closer with their staff liaisons to revisit some of those enabling legislation to make sure that we are being efficient and effective and utilizing our committees and commissions to their fullest. The development moratorium, Lynch Creek and wetlands. I would just say there are significant issues, and this is a complex topic. And our city attorney can kind of weigh in, but we believe we understand the intent and would like to explore different options to address these concerns, because there may be ways to accomplish the intent of the moratorium with different tools and in such a way to demonstrate compliance with state regulations. And so our goal is to be looking at some of those options as part of our general plan process. Next slide, please. The Crosstown Connector, Caulfield only. Actually, we're going to be doing our workshop scheduled for the fall. Our contract just was executed for our community sports fields, I think at the last meeting or the meeting prior. Our parklets program, we're monitoring best practices. We're working with the business that currently have that participate in our free range, and we are developing draft program. Our parks master plan, we're looking at establishing the scope of the plan and executing the consultant contract. And we also have a GHG inventory underway for this coming fiscal year. And the fair subtenant conversation that at least one council member brought up, the council will consider it as part of our fairgrounds process. Next slide, please. And this is the time where we would love to get council feedback, and we have Ingrid, do you want to pull up how we are going to do that?
Before we go to that, maybe we have some questions about what you just said.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, because that was a lot to throw in there with very little time. Okay, so let's start with Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if you can expand on the moratorium, because obviously, we have a lot of members of the community who weighed in on that with the number of emails that we got. And
yes.
If you could just talk that through a little bit more for our audience, I'd appreciate it.
I'm going to ask their city attorney to weigh in on that.
Sure. There's a lot, I think, that seems to be behind the calls that I think all of us have been seeing for what seemed to be expanding to a riparian development moratorium and a floodplain and floodway development moratorium, and maybe even a more broad than that development moratorium. And so what Peggy in her comments was alluding to was some of that. some of the issues we're mindful of related to that, legally speaking, have to do with findings that have always been required under the law, under the moratorium ordinance. That's Government Code Section 65858, that need to be made. I shouldn't say always. It wasn't an initial part of that law, but it was from some time ago an amendment to that law that requires to adopt a moratorium, some specific findings that need to be made to any moratorium, let's see, that has the effect of denying approvals needed for the development of projects with a significant component of multifamily housing. Those cannot be approved except upon written findings that basically find that there's a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety that would result from the project, and that's made more specific, meaning to a significant, quantifiable, direct, unavoidable impact based on objective, identified written public health or safety policies or conditions that exist on the date the ordinance is adopted. So there's that that we're mindful of. There's also in the sort of series of new housing laws that have been enacted, there are similar requirements for findings for lowering density of projects or denying projects that would be housing development projects. Under other provisions of the government code, recently enacted ones, and similar health and safety findings that need to be made. We've seen, I think Peggy has mentioned it a few times previously, the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state sending out communications, including to us, cautioning against considering moratoria or the other regulations that may run afoul of the required findings, where those actions to prevent development, may conflict with the state law. There's another series of findings that need to be made for legislative actions and regulations that would affect or prevent or deny affordable housing projects. So we're aware of those also. Another thing is more structural, and that is, and this was Peggy was addressing in her sort of high level comments, is that we're trying to focus as much as we can in the prioritization process on SMART goals. And there's so much behind the moratorium discussion that it's probably, and given some of these legal constraints, but also at least the energy and the focus that we're seeing from the members of the public on regulating in this area, that it seems that it's probably necessary for implementation purpose, but also maybe strategically desirable to have some SMART goal type focus on specific objectives, regulatory objectives. So I know that's a start, but there's a lot there. So happy to provide more focused comments or answer questions about that.
And I think I would just add that just summing up all that good information is there's a way to get there without calling it a moratorium.
Can we share? I guess as a follow-up then, do we need to elevate this up into the top 10 to achieve that?
I'd say that Heather, we are talking about that as part of our general plan.
Yeah, looking at different tools as part of our general plan, looking at, one of the things that Eric was referencing was the state no net loss in density. So if there was a change in the designation of certain parcels in certain areas, what's it designated now? What's the anticipated density? What do we need to put in place in other areas to show that, well, we might be taking some density off, we're increasing density allowance in other places. So some of that exercise and coming up with tools, there are other tools out there transfer of development rights, things that we could put in place. So kind of dovetailing on what Peggy said, it's how can we get there and how with that objective, but not calling it a moratorium.
Thank you.
If I may also, counsel, and Heather, help me if you can, but my understanding is that the general plan process will address this, but it has its timeline that the council's aware of. And if there's a desire to try to accomplish some things before that, then that's a discussion that I think is relevant to the priorities and goal settings, right?
Correct. We will be talking about it as part of the general plan. And to me, that seems like a great place to talk about it because it is going to have to be a conversation about where density is going to go and where numbers are going to go. So it seems we're doing this amazing process. Let's have that conversation as part of that holistic process.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McDonald?
Yes, thank you. Sort of on a related topic at Planning Commission, one of the comments made was the general plan and update itself is not one of our top 10 priorities. And over the next 2 years, it's a pretty big deal, and changes and the changes being added to our general plan are important to all these other elements that we're talking about. So little uncertain why we're not calling the general plan update one of our top 10 priorities over a 2.5-year period. But really, also related to that, what I wanted to ask about is we dropped the Crosstown Connector workshop. The staff report drops it out as a item being completed in the fall, and the fall is fiscal 23. So I'm okay leaving fall items in. And I would really rather that we not call it a connector workshop, because I believe we've had workshop and, understood the frame of what the Crosstown Connector trouble in town is. And I think what we want is, and I'll throw this up for the rest of the council. I mean, we did have 4 votes for a general workshop and 3 votes for a specific workshop. So that's 7 votes for a workshop on Crosstown Connectors. But I think what we want is a decision. I think we want to get towards a project. You all have heard me say many times, the city has money in the bank, and every year that we don't, spend it, inflation on construction is running away, and our project value, the money we have in the bank to build anything gets less and less and less. I think it's important that eventually we make a decision, and I'm not sure what the timeline is now. Clearly, the general plan will contribute to informing that, but it would be my sense that right now a workshop is not enough. It may not be the right thing. I think a project decision is we need to be getting closer to a project decision. And I don't know if the staff suggestion of a workshop this fall tees up all the data we need to follow the workshop with a project decision, but I'd be inclined towards that. Thank you.
So let's get an answer from staff about whether or not a workshop can lead to direction and a decision.
Absolutely. And I would just expect that we would have new information, updated information that's going to be important for council that might have heard the workshop previously or may not have been sitting on the dais when we did have that workshop. I think there's newer information, there's new cost information, and new data points that haven't come to council before. So I would expect with that level of information that council could make a decision if he so chose to.
Thank you. And in our prior workshop, we included Lynch Creek Trail and some other non-road project issues. And I think they've been moved ahead really well by staff over the last 2 years, our mobility. And I'll pitch again that SMART is finishing this fall. SMART is committed to extending that pay ramp path further into downtown, and hopefully the city will twist SMART's arm to get the last piece to Water Street. But I would suggest, and I would hope that the council could support a road decision, a road project, which of course will be complete streets and have all the bike network on it and pedestrian network on it that we talk about when we talk about safe streets. But I would like to retain it in the top 10 and have it say workshop and project decision path. So.
Okay, so you're lobbying here.
Best I can.
Yes, okay, all right. I just want to make clear that you want the crosstown connector to be expanded by definition and to be included in the top 10.
Expanded to be a decision.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just in looking at, we got a sneak preview of our voting chart there. So this follows up on the discussion a moment ago. If we're already going to be having, whether it's a workshop or a decision point in the fall, and we're going to be limited to 10 new goals, do we really need to have that be one of the 10? Isn't it already happening? Or are you telling us that we really have 9 goals because we've already set that? And I have the same exact question for the IPM, the Integrated Pest Management Plan, because the staff report says this is underway and requires prioritization as significant staff time and resources are committed. So I just want to get some clarity on those two, because it may seem like we're really actually only picking 8.
Well, I would say the staff recommendation in the staff report indicated that, the Crosstown Connector workshop, that information is pretty much in hand. We just need to sit down and put it together, pull it together. As far as IPMP, it's still in its early stages because we haven't had that staff continuity and we just lost a staff person for some time. So it'll take a little longer. And obviously, if there are other priorities, Parks Master Plan being one of them, it may take some key staff off that.
Okay, so
that project.
Just to be clear, for us, when we're all going to be selecting our particular priorities here, do we really have to take a vote on the Crosstown Connector?
No.
That's happening.
Not
Okay.
as far as staff is concerned.
But the IPM, we do.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And then this goes to the question of the city charter amendment, and I don't know if we'll ultimately get a 4th vote for that. We had 3. And looking at the timeline, it indicated either fiscal 25 or 20, which could potentially be June 2026. Would the charter amendment, that would have to go to the voters, correct? So we would have to we possibly could go to the voters as a city, as based on that timeline, the earliest would be 2026. Well, let me just step back, because even if it's the prior fiscal year, unless we have a special election, the next election would be 26.
It does have to be voter approved. There's a couple different pathways to do it that affect the time it takes, whether it's a sort of a council committee approach, council directed approach, or community directed approach. So there's the strict timeline in terms of just getting it before the voters, and there's a hearing process that needs to be satisfied. There's also scope, and ours is so old now and so complex that I'm not sure how that plays out. I mean, modern charters are more succinct than ours. They're shorter than ours, even for very large jurisdictions. And what that does is, since charters are limitations, it reserves more power to the legislative body, to the council. So it's possible that, a wholesale update could maybe be more efficient. It's also possible that depending on how that's supported by the members of the public, it's also possible that more targeted amendments to do specific things might be more efficient in terms of winning voter support. That's the council would probably know and be able to anticipate that better than I. But those are some of the factors that affect the timing. And as we sit here now, and maybe it could be like cannabis, where there's clear council thoughts about how we should proceed that are not as clear in my head, unfortunately. It could be one of those things too, where there's some clear thoughts on the part of the council, but I'm not aware of what those are right now in terms of what's the best packaging for that in terms of efficiency.
Is there a way in your mind, I guess this is not an easy question to answer because it's complicated, by what you just mentioned. is there a way for, if the council prioritizes a city charter amendment, to have it, have the process be completed by June of 24 so that it could be on the ballot in 2024?
I think there's probably some version, in other words, one of the permissible approaches to doing that, and some workable scope where that could be the case. And one of the big, unknowns, I think, and our city manager Peggy is sort of our miracle worker about that, is the outreach process, to sort of be connect with, provide information for, win the support of the public, and together go through that voter approval process in a successful way. That is a different thing. That's not a legal thing.
Well, I think it impacts, if it's going to be 2026 before anybody makes any decision, in terms of setting a goal, it certainly would impact somebody's decision-making tonight, I would think. It would impact mine.
Right.
And I would just add that obviously you brought that up into the top 10, maybe one of your legislative items would drop off, or you.
Perhaps, I think that's what we'll see when we start looking at them together. But just to be more concrete, Councilmember King, for example, one thing that we've been dealing with increasingly to support our colleagues in public works to deliver the massive amount of public works projects they're tasked with is different contract delivery methods like design build, which our charter currently doesn't permit. So one very focused change could be to update, our public works portion in the charter and relieve the city of some of those restrictions. I think it'd be easy to justify the need for that and the benefits, and it's not complicated in terms of the change. So that to me is an example of a kind of a discrete amendment that could have a lot of benefit that probably wouldn't be hard to win support for, but or to demonstrate the need for. So if that is a helpful example.
It's very, very helpful. Thank you. And just one comment, the staff report, and I don't know if this is ever going to survive as a priority, but the community sports park, the phase 2 is on its way to completion, but phase 3 still needs to be done. So I'll just make that comment, and that is the girls' softball field.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Barnacle.
I will tailor my comment away from the development
No,
moratorium.
you need to speak into your microphone.
I will not ask about the development moratorium for time's sake. On the parks plan, the slide, it looked like there was going to be a plan for consultant selection. Was that this year?
I'm going to have to ask Drew, but I'm assuming, Drew, can you speak to the timing of consultant selection? I was thinking that was not this year, but FY24, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right. I can't provide a finite number at this point too. We are recommending funds earmarked in next year's budget for a development of a parks master plan. We don't yet know if those funds will reach the scope and totality. So there'll be some more research needed to give you those numbers, council member.
Follow-up question. Would it be possible, like, I gotta admit, I'm jealous of Councilmember McDonald and Councilmember Fisher because they get these rich agendas in climate and in planning and PBAC. And there's plenty of work to be done in parks. Can we create an ad hoc in parks to actually start working on this and start looking at other parks plans and things like that?
I believe, and Drew, please correct me if I'm correct or if I'm wrong, that your last commission meeting that you spoke about the ad hoc parks planning ad hoc for this exact item to bring folks in to talk about other plans so we can pick and choose elements for our plan.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's, we're excited to have that conversation. And and it will be part of a discussion that looks at not just the Parks Master Plan, but park planning in general. You know, we have a Kenilworth revitalization project and several other initiatives that are going to require us to kind of rethink our ad hocs. It's long overdue that we do that. And so we're excited to have that conversation in May.
And I would just, Councilmember Barnacle, I wouldn't be jealous. I think our Parks and Rec Department have a lot going on with the Kenilworth Master Plan, with the skate park, with a number of things, the IPMP. So I wouldn't be jealous. I think we have a lot going on in our Parks and Rec Department that you can help you and the commission can help us get through. So.
Okay, what it sounded like it was presentations that were going to be brought in. Is it presentations, or is the plan to create an ad hoc for that?
I think we can talk about that. And you can talk about that as a commission. I don't think we're prepared to talk about that tonight, but I think we're willing to explore what that ad hoc would look like.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any of the hands up on this item or any item. So I think before we go to the matrix, we should probably take public comment. And the city attorney is saying, yes, we should. So let's start this off. I have a number of cards from people here in City Hall who want to speak on this item or some aspect of it. And I'm sorry it's taken so long, but this is where we are. And then at when we're finished here, I think we can open the people on Zoom who would like to speak. So this allows people who are here just to say something. If you want to leave at that point and pick it up at home, you can do that. So my first speaker card is filled out by someone who actually has ticked off that they want to speak in general public comment. And this is Guadalupe Jose Rivarola. Are you still here? Okay, because I guess you didn't get to speak in public comment, and hopefully you will submit that later. So,
and Mayor, I believe that was a gentleman that one of our staff spoke with afterwards. So I'm hoping we help that gentleman.
Good. And before I start talking to people in the city hall, I will ask our city clerk if she has received any public comment on item 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we received 93 public comments prior to the meeting. All 93 comments have been posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much for that. And so our first speaker tonight is Elaine Stevick. So when people come up, I'll just remind you, please speak into the microphone up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And excuse me, Madam Mayor, may I just say, we are getting some backup support for our timer. It would be helpful when the speakers come up to the podium just to give us a couple of seconds to get our timer up and ready to go.
So yes, so as you come up to the speaker, you can see the little timer that's up there. So when it's up there, we can then you get started. Don't jump in ahead of time. Okay. Thank you.
My name is Elaine Stevick. I'm very grateful to be able to be here tonight. Thank you for all of your work. You work extremely hard. I'm a resident of Petaluma for the past 43 years, going on 44, 28 Liberty Street. And I love this city. My husband and I have been involved for decades now in the idea of the preservation of the trestle, the rehabilitation of the trestle. And I'm very proud to be a member of the Petaluma Women's Club that has now taken on the idea of time to trestle. And many of the letters you've received came from our group, from the Petaluma Women's Club. As you know, the club has a history of preservation, of installing beauty, restoring beauty, and that's what we're hoping to do with this project. My husband and I wrote a letter to you, and I'd like to just read that letter briefly. It won't take too long. We're excited about it. So regarding the reasons for rehabilitating the Petaluma Trestle as a pedestrian destination, with supporting our downtown and city identity. The Trestle fulfills every one of the city's goals. First, the goal is a city that works for everyone. This will be a public space open to everyone to enjoy for our wonderful festivals that we've always had over the years, where that area of the Trestle was filled with thousands of people for various events that we had put on that we haven't been able to have since the Trestle is not in repair. Our environmental legacy. The Trestle is the poster child of adaptive environmental rehabilitation. Safe community that thrives. We're going to turn dangerous blight into a thriving downtown pedestrian destination. An economy that prospers. We're supporting our downtown retail businesses, making feet be on the street again. I wanted to say that there's an evolution, and there's been so many years that have been working on this, that there's an evolution in what's been happening and what the goals were. Originally, there were goals that had to do with the restoration of a trolley or a train that could go across the Trestle. Now we're looking at the concept of a promenade. We want to walk there. We want to bike there. We want to be on the street. It needs to be strong enough to support pedestrian traffic, basically. Spaces and places that inspire. The Trestle rehabilitation will inspire confidence and support in our city's ability to get things done. In fact, it will gain national attention.
I'm sorry, Elaine, your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, though.
Thank you. That was the end.
Followed by Bruce Hagan, and Bruce Hagan speaking now, and followed by Mary Davies.
Ready for the countdown. Good evening, everybody. I'm Bruce Hagan, and it's glad to be in the room where it happens rather than the Zoom where it happens. I live at 145 Grevillea Drive, and I'm here to talk about the Safe Streets issue and the organization Safe Streets Petaluma. The helmets, you're wondering, what are they? This helmet was signed by every city council member, including Councilmember Healy, in 2002. And it was the time where the city first got started on the bike plan from the PBAC. I was on that group. And it's been 20 years now since that was done. One of the things in there was a bike boulevard. And how many bike boulevards do we have now? We're still planning one. So the reason I'm here and the reason why so many of us formed the Safe Streets Petaluma group is we realized it took more than just having a plan or an intention. You needed to have a community of support that stood behind the plan, that volunteered to do stuff, not just coming down and talking to you folks, but participating. And those are all possibilities now. So we sent out a petition about 2.5 weeks ago, and we got 300 plus people. I've submitted it for the record electronically. If you want the ceremonial copy, it's there. But I wanted to read you 2 comments from people. One is an expression of the problem and the other the solution. The first one comes from the director of the McKinley School PTA Safe Routes for School Committee. And she writes, biking to our son's school is terrifying, and it feels irresponsible to subject our 10-year-old to that danger. Accordingly, we've only made 1 round trip to school on bikes this year, and I'm the Safe Routes to School coordinator. I wish I could safely practice what I promise. And on the solution side, this is from the rector of the St. John's Episcopal Church. The practical measures advocated for in the Safe Streets Petaluma platform will go a long way to finally fulfilling the promises of past city plans for making this a place where active modes of transportation are a viable option for all our residents. It'll be a top priority, and that'll make it consistent with the climate declaration, I'm paraphrasing, Cool City Challenge, and the Petaluma Healthcare District Blue Zones Initiative, and others. So it meets a lot, if not all of those goals. And so we have in that, there's a 10-point platform. Take a careful look at it. It's been vetted. It's been looked at. That's what people signed when they signed this petition. And we're here to help make that a reality. And the optimism I bring to this is reflected by the fact that I just retired my latest bike helmet, and I would like to get all of the council members, the city manager, and the city attorney to sign it after you get through unanimously supporting this measure as part of the goals. Thank you. I'm going to leave them right here. No, I better take them with me.
Thank you. Mary Davies, followed by Justin Brooks. And there is a speaker chair behind Mary Davies right now. If this person who will be speaking wants to sit there so we can move this along a little faster.
Can you hear me? Because I've hardly been able to hear you all evening. It was Climate Week at my church, St. John's again, and I was invited to describe the Safe Streets initiative there. Folks got really excited. Within moments, I had fellow parishioners urging action on a sidewalk that one of our choir members regularly trips over as he walks home at night after practice. A suggestion that the traffic lights at D and Sunny Slope could be much improved if they were just flashing red, something we could try. An idea that better signage between Castania and the roundabout would let visitors know that there's something slow coming up. One friend said biking under the freeway on Lakeville is his worst nightmare, but he's figured out a great workaround that he would like to publicize. I biked here tonight. I was happy to see a bike rack, but it allowed me to safeguard only my front wheel. I'm hoping my bike is still out there when I leave. This is just an example of the kinds of things that your people know how to do, want done, and honestly, we are super excited about the 10-point platform. But when I looked at the list of what you conceive the bike part of the priorities to be, I was kind of glad my people weren't here to see it, because it's really hard to see what you're talking about. I was an innkeeper for 20 years in the, chocolates on the pillow era. I was never big on chocolates on the pillow because I realized if I listened to my guests when they arrived, I would be able to identify the ones who more than anything wanted sweet peas in the vase beside the bed. That's what I tried to give them. And I think we've got a chance here. I see committed counselors and staff people who really want to give people in Petaluma what we've been looking for. And, let's just get on it. Let's do it. Thank you.
Is Justin Brooks here? Okay, thank you. And followed by Pete Gang.
Hi, yeah, I'm Justin Brooks from Bike Petaluma, and we support the Safe Streets platform. When you build bike infrastructure, people will use it. We provided bike parking for Butter and Egg, and we had 75 people ride their bike and do the valet parking there, as well as plenty of other people I saw keeping their bike with them. And if we can provide that sort of stuff that's outlined in the platform, I think we will get more people out of their cars and onto bikes. Thank you.
Pete Gang, followed by Nicole Camarda.
Good evening, Pete Gang. I hope I can match that brevity. I'm speaking in support of the Vision Zero Safe Complete Streets as one of the most impactful goals and priorities that we as a city can take on. In my view, Vision Zero Complete Streets addresses the concerns of many of our interests. Our climate goals, our health safety goals, our equity goals, city financial goals that are all wrapped up in this one measure. It's a whole bundle of issues, but it has the capacity to transform our city in a way that has benefit for all. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicole Camarda, followed by Teddy Herzog. Can she go?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening,
Thanks.
council. My name is Nicole Camarda. I live at 2 Raintree. I'm affiliated with the Safe Streets, and I'm also a member of PBAC. I would really like to see the Safe Streets program adopted as it's been proposed to you. What I see as the Safe Streets and Road and Bike and Ped project looks like capital improvement projects with flavor of active transportation, and it doesn't look like the transformational change that we need in our city. Specifically, what I see missing is a budget towards a sidewalks repair program, the point for complete networks and connectivity, and a budget for quick build projects, as well as a tactical urbanism program, which I think might characterize what Councilmember McDonald was talking about, which, Gina, yes, let's prioritize that topic at PBAC. I believe that this program that has been presented is well thought out and is not going to detract from other goals and priorities and initiatives. I don't think it's going to defund other things. I think that we can get to work on simple programs just by accelerating the work that our city staff is already doing and making the processes easier for them to get things done. It's way easier to park your car and arguably safer to park a car in this town than it is a bike, let alone a big bike or a bike with a trailer, which there are more of. I would like to propose as if this is not accepted in its entirety, I would like to see that it is agendized at some point or workshopped or possibly passed as a resolution that all CIP and development projects have to use when they're looking at developing in the city. And I think that's it. I want to thank Councilmember Fisher and King for talking about the bus. I think that's so important. And I think we have major work to do at the East Side Transfer Station and just the connectivity with the bus. People should not have to get off the bus and switch to get from the East Side to the West Side. So I think there's some simple solutions we could do there in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Teddy Herzog, followed by Darren Rickusen.
Hello, everybody. Teddy Herzog. I was at the Rainier Public Improvement Meeting 2 months ago for about 10 blocks of Rainier, road diet, possibly. And then the month before that, I was at the North McDowell meeting about improving 1.7 miles of that roadway. And most everybody here has been to a lot more meetings than that on a weekly basis. And so I'm starting to think, well, isn't it kind of a waste of time? I mean, do we really need to talk about every intersection and every 10 blocks of roadway and every little portion? Aren't we now at the point where we can just say, boom, here's our stake in the ground. We're going to make every street that we touch, every street that we improve is going to be a safe street, not just for cars, but also for bicycles, wheelchairs, and pedestrians. And, you've all seen this Safe Streets platform passed around. There's nothing new in here, really. I don't think there's anything in here anybody disagrees with. I mean, Caltrans says every road improvement in the state now is going to be a complete street. And if you look at this, talk about climate action, talk about equity and social justice, talk about land use and transportation planning in Petaluma, talk about the blue zones. I mean, this hits all those in a big way. And so I'm saying, let's commit to this today in its entirety as it's written. And, you can figure out the money, Peggy can figure out the staff time later. This isn't the budget meeting, but today let's take a stand on Let's take a stand on complete streets and safe streets. There's 10 points in this thing, just very quickly. The first one is use Caltrans complete street standard. Number 2 is reduce collisions. 3 is get inputs from schools, businesses, and neighbors, and then build that. 4 is seed the sidewalk repair loan program. 5 is create a complete network of bike lanes citywide. 6 is the signage and wayfinding, keep going on that. 7 is an annual budget for safety and connectivity. 8 is tactical urbanism, which means citizen-led street makeovers. 9 is the communication program with the police, schools, and community. And 10 is bike parking everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Recuson, followed by Pat McDonald.
No trouble to hearing Teddy.
Wait, okay.
All right, great. So just going to bring up three items that I'd like to see put on this list of priorities. Really, I think they're kind of sequential in nature, and I've tried to take into consideration staff resources and priorities to set forth in the general plan. The first of which is this issue of riverfront and wetlands development. I know that's been talked about a lot. I think deferring to the general plan is probably not the best solution. Both with this item and the tree ordinance, I like to think of these natural resources more as municipal infrastructure. During one of the last general plan meetings, there was a great presentation by Ramey and Associates, actually just one image that showed the first layer of municipal development as natural resources, and then everything was layered on top of that. So I think that if we can focus on really doing the strongest protections of the remaining natural resources, that's not only going to serve the residents here now, but that serves and really acts as a North Star for development into the future. And I know it could be handled in the general plan, but I think the problem with that is one of the outcomes of doing it through the general plan is that they don't change the land use and that the wetlands, riverfront areas aren't protected. And I don't think that's really an acceptable outcome. And I know from the outpouring of support in the Petaluma community, that would not be seen as acceptable or popular outcome. But because those have both been talked about, I'll also bring up the AMI funds. There's recently been a $7.5 million grant to improve water meter infrastructure. And another issue that I brought up and has been brought up many times at city council meetings is this issue of providing fiber wired broadband service to homes and businesses throughout the city, dismissed by TAC. I think rightfully so when you think of trenching. Has been dismissed as too resource intensive and expensive. There's been some emerging research actually out of the UK that they're able to use, of all things, water infrastructure to carry wired gigabit broadband through water infrastructure. And I think if you have a program already where resources have been dedicated to improve water meter infrastructure, it's kind of a natural add-on to at least assess the possibility of running that fiber, what's required, and that would give every home and business connection to broadband. And what's interesting about that is I think it's also an equity issue where if the city took on being a municipal provider of internet connectivity, which has been pointed out by this council and by TAC as really now an essential utility for life in the modern era. You know, if the city managed that, suddenly we would have equity-based pricing, need-based pricing to maintain wired internet connection, which is kind of the gold standard connectivity that people need in their lives. So those are my points. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Pat McDonald, followed by Sierra Lewitter. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, folks. My name is Pat McDonald. I am a housing attorney with Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I grew up here in Sonoma County. I'm not a Petaluma resident, I'm sorry to say, but I am a multi-generational Sonoma County resident. And so something I believe in very strongly is allowing residents to remain in their neighborhoods. I'm also heartened to hear that the Petaluma City Council is taking to heart diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Because as we know from, for instance, the Portrait of Sonoma County, homeownership rates among people of color in Sonoma County are far lower than those of our white residents. So I'm speaking here on behalf or in favor of just cause protections for renters and Ellis Act enforcement, because anything that you do to help renters in the city of Petaluma is going to have disproportionate impact on people of color here. Let me give you a couple of cases that come from my own practice as a housing attorney with Legal Aid.
For instance, very recently, I helped a woman in her 70s. Her husband was a firefighter, fought against the Tubbs fire back in 2017, unfortunately passed away last year. She was actually told and they had lived in the house that they rent for over 20 years and really made it their own. She was actually told at her husband's funeral by her landlord that she would be able to live in that place as long as she can meet her obligations as a renter. 2 months later, her landlord changed her mind evidently and said it was time to go. And I had to have the conversation with this tenant to say that unfortunately, because there weren't strong just cause protections for her, she wasn't going to fall under the Tenant Protection Act, which the city attorney mentioned. She in fact was going to have to go at the expiration of a notice in order to avoid an eviction on her record. Just a few weeks ago, I worked with a monolingual Spanish speaker, father of a 2-year-old son. He lived in a single family home under a landlord who owned 30 rental properties between Sonoma and Marin counties. But because he owns them all in his own name rather than under an LLC, he is also not eligible under the Tenant Protection Act. He would not be protected but for a just cause ordinance, which you all have the opportunity to pass. So all I want to say is I encourage you to keep our vulnerable communities in place, allow those people to be the contributing members to their neighborhoods that they've been all along. As a housing attorney, I am happy to help you keep Petalumans housed, but you need to give me the tools to do so. And I encourage you to pass a just cause ordinance and also to help with Ellis Act enforcement right here in Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sierra Lewitter, followed by Alana Sullivan.
Good evening, everybody, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Sierra Lewitter. I am a renter here in Petaluma. I've been a renter for the past 6 years. I grew up here in Sonoma County and recently, 6 years ago, brought my family back here to raise a family. And I just want to make it very clear that I wouldn't be here in Petaluma, in Sonoma County, if it weren't for family. I currently rent from my family at an affordable rent and without the fear of being evicted. And there are many, many people in Petaluma who do not have those privileges. And that's why I'm here to also voice my support for the passing of the Just Cause ordinance here in Petaluma so that we can put in place basic, guidelines to protect tenants from arbitrary and unfair evictions. Lastly, I just want to uplift and address the very last item that wasn't brought up today, and to my deep, deep disappointment that yet again, at an extremely important meeting of the community, there is no live Spanish interpretation, even with a prior request. There was a community member at the last March 14th, I believe, meeting that did not feel comfortable speaking because English was not her first language. And she brought that issue forward and it's unacceptable that in these important meetings that affect the Spanish speaking community, which make up almost a quarter of Petalumans, that they do not have a voice here and they cannot participate. It is hard enough for me as an English speaking person to participate in these spaces. And I think that seeing it at the bottom of the list is really upsetting. And I urge you to prioritize language justice and provide live Spanish interpretation at any meeting attached to the Brown Act, regardless of whether it was requested in advance. Language is a fundamental human right, and it needs to be prioritized in these spaces so that all Petalumans, not just the same few, can have a voice here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lena Blario? I'm not sure. Blanco, thank you. And after Lena speaks, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So, thank you.
Hello, honorable members of Petaluma City Council, City Attorney, and City Manager. My name is Lena Blanco. I'm a lifelong tenant right here in Sonoma County, which has become a refuge for me, as I've also been priced out of other places I've called home. My partner and I live in a small cottage behind our landlord, and with our combined salaries, we still are spending half of our income on our monthly rent. We actively volunteer in our Latinx and immigrant community with North Bay Jobs with Justice and North Bay Organizing Project, and we fight for the beloved community that we wish to see. But in the face of eviction, we would not be able to keep the home that we have, and we would not be able to stay here in Sonoma County. Petaluma has unfortunately become a hostile place for tenants. Tenants are teachers, they're nurses, they're farm workers, and they're healthcare providers. Just earlier today, we held a rally, a community rally, where a former tenant was completely priced out and was served an Ellis Act eviction and was an in-home healthcare provider, which I'm sure you'll hear her story in tomorrow's newspaper. Families deserve a roof over their head and to thrive as contributing members of their community. And with respect, the city attorney is offering a misguided timeline for what, and muddying the waters between what tenants need and what is possible right now. We cannot wait until 2025. That is absolutely unacceptable. Please do not get caught up in the complications. Other cities and counties have already implemented their own just cause ordinances, including Marin County. But you, here in Petaluma, have the responsibility and the ability to implement a city-based and local just cause ordinance that could protect tenants like me. Currently, I am not covered by the state's Tenant Protection Act. If I were served an eviction notice, I would have to get my own lawyer. It would cost a bunch of money that I cannot afford. And it's essential that me, as a Latinx person living here in Sonoma County, is also able to call this place home. We're actively door knocking in Petaluma neighborhoods. We're hearing from monolingual Spanish speakers who are not able to correspond with their landlords because of many reasons, but one of those is language justice. And so at every step, we're asking you to please prioritize just cause protections, implement language justice here in public meetings, and close Ellis Act loopholes for good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's 10:30 right now. We're going to take a 5-minute break and be back in session at 10:35. Thank you.
I already have that on Brendan's list. Sure. The other one was Kendall. And it was purposely on.
Oh, yeah, no, I definitely.
Twelve. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to say is you should start with your second time while you're speaking.
Right.
Yeah, don't waste.
Yeah. I'm having some challenges getting these, so what I need.
No,
It's actually 10:35, Mayor.
If I could ask the council to get back into session. Get to use that for the first time in 2 years. I know, really. Can we bring it back to council being in session? Take conversation outside the council chamber. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're back in session, and I'd like to ask Alana Sullivan to speak if she's here. No. Okay. How about Mary Callahan? Okay, Mary Callahan, followed by Margaret DiMatteo.
Okay. You can start.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Callahan, and I'm on the board of the Sonoma County Tenants Union. I'm here today as a renter to urge the city council to pass just cause eviction protections. Tenant Protections Anywhere build a movement to protect tenants everywhere. And here Petaluma could be at the forefront in Sonoma County. As renters, without just cause eviction protections, we're at an ongoing risk of eviction based on a landlord's arbitrary discretion and factors completely beyond our control. I'm concerned that when Sonoma County's COVID-19 eviction protections expire, landlords will evict vulnerable Petaluma residents. Tonight, we urge the Petaluma City Council to put a just cause ordinance on their agenda. Almost 1 year ago, in June 2021, Petaluma City Council committed to prioritize just cause eviction protections. In the past year alone, rents in Petaluma have increased 14.5%. We urge City Council to stick to the commitment they made in June 2021 to prioritize just cause by voting on eviction protections before the end of June 2022 and passing an ordinance that protects tenants when the Sonoma County COVID-19 moratorium ends. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Margaret DiMatteo, followed by David Marshall.
Hello, City Council members and staff. It's good to see your faces in person. My name is Margaret DiMatteo. I'm the Housing Policy Attorney at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. You could probably imagine why I'm here, but before I get into just cause, I just want to lift up the commentary of my colleagues and tenants, fellow tenants of Sonoma County and friends that are here tonight and, you know, have waited a long time to be heard. Additionally, I want to lift up language justice to be incorporated now rather than added to an agenda item. This is something that other jurisdictions are doing. It's easy to do, and it doesn't create any kind of administrative burden. But I am here to urge the passage of a just cause ordinance, closing the loopholes in the Tenant Protection Act. This is something the council has voted on already twice, including last June when it voted to, or you all voted to pass it this fiscal year. So now we're facing the end of this fiscal year and the expiration of local moratoriums for COVID at the county level. We are already seeing at Legal Aid an increase in eviction notices as the last state protections expired at the end of March. Projecting completion to fiscal year 2025 or even 2024 is like saying, okay, we acknowledge your house is on fire, but you have to wait a couple of years for us to bring the water. It's not acceptable. We've already submitted a proposed ordinance, and you could take it or leave it, but there's model ordinances everywhere. There's over 24 jurisdictions that have tenant protections in place. There are other jurisdictions that have passed tenant protections after the Tenant Protection Act. It's possible, you have the authority to do it. And if we wait, if we delay this process another 2 years or 3 years, hundreds of tenants are going to be displaced unnecessarily through arbitrary evictions, evictions for no cause. We're not saying that tenants should be able to live somewhere forever, but if they pay their rents and they abide by their rental agreement, then they should be entitled to that protection. Legal Aid also, I found there was a study, a Harvard study that was just released that states there were 23 units available per every 100 low-income renters in California. The situation could be more dire here in Petaluma. Further, the housing element is a plan, part of the general plan that's required to be passed by January 2023. Passing a just cause ordinance is part of preservation of existing housing, and it's a way to meet that housing element. So I'd urge you to consider that as well. Thank you for your time and your work in making this place somewhere that people can afford to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Marshall, followed by Michael Tironi.
Good evening to you all. My name is David Marshall. I also am a housing attorney with Legal Aid of Sonoma County. And I am appearing on behalf of a long-term Petaluma resident. I am not a Petaluma resident myself, but she and her family have been here for over 40 years. They have no intention of leaving Petaluma. They love it here and they hope to stay here. Both my client and her daughter, again, who is currently raising her family in Sonoma County, have recently been at risk of eviction. Fortunately, my client was able to contact us at Legal Aid of Sonoma County, and thankfully there was a technical error in the notice of termination for her case. Otherwise, she might very well be living in her car right now. The reason that she is not here is that she is literally at this time, well, maybe at this point she's finished up for the night, but she was literally moving items into a moving van so that she can go to her new residence. Again, had there not been a technicality in the eviction notice that she received, she might not even have the opportunity to do that. She is spending what little money she has on a storage unit. And after this, she is basically going to be financially destitute. She's relying on a friend of hers. And again, if that wasn't possible, if so many of these things weren't possible, she would likely be homeless right now. Her story is sadly typical of many low-income tenants in California. Poverty is brutal. And for so many people who are at the margins of society, all it takes is one thing for the rest of their life to just spiral out of control. And when someone is evicted, it means that they have to take God knows how many hours packing up their things. They might not get their full security deposit back. They have to spend money moving their things to a new place. And maybe they're not even able to find a place that they can afford. If they have children, their children might be taken away from their friends. They might be taken away from their schools. Their lives will never be the same after they're evicted. And their parents, they will have to see their parents cry and see the despair on their faces. That's not something that children, that families, that working Americans who work their fingers to the bone should ever have to deal with. Just cause protections are not going to protect everyone, but they will protect a lot of people. And I strongly encourage you to take these basic steps to ensure that Americans who contribute to their communities and live safely and follow the rules have the dignity and the ability to maintain their housing and live the lives that they choose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Titone.
Hi there, my name is Michael Titone, and I'm a board member with the Sonoma County Tenants Union. I live in Santa Rosa, but I work here in Petaluma. Before I make my comment, I do want to recognize that language interpretation was requested for this meeting and wasn't provided, which is a really difficult situation. Like, how are we going to ask people in the future, 22% of the population who speak Spanish, to come to these meetings, and when we don't even know if we're going to get the interpretation we request. So there needs to be better work on that front. Back in March, we came to you asking you to make just cause eviction protections for local renters a priority due to the circumstances we're facing with county eviction protections disappearing by what was then June is now August. Today, we want to urge you to not just make just cause eviction protections a priority, but to make it a top priority, to get it agendized before the county ordinance expires and it's too late. And with the extension of the county ordinance to August, we have a window to make that happen. The high cost of housing in Petaluma is something that desperately needs to be addressed. It's something we've heard over and over again, canvassing renters here. I'm for everything we can do to implement and strengthen rent control measures and improve habitability conditions for renters. But recognizing that rent control isn't a prerequisite for just cause. And there also are not enough eviction protections for tenants. As long as landlords can evict tenants, which means adding a mark on the tenant's records that can cause their life to spiral into darker and darker directions, sometimes even resulting in death, all for the purpose of raising the rent, renters are going to be in a delicate position. The county eviction ordinance doesn't protect renters from Ellis Act evictions, and consequently, these cases result in either an eviction or a deal in which the tenant's forced to leave. We need to close the loopholes in Ellis Act evictions, but that's not sufficient, and we also need the more general just cause eviction protections. Petaluma is nothing without the workers who build it, who make it function, who run our public services, make the businesses do what they do every day. We will stay in Sonoma County as long as we can afford it, as long as we're not forced to leave. These protections save lives and are an investment in us. And I also need to acknowledge that the land that we're living on was not granted to those we call its owners through a fair and just social contract. And the conceit that it is needs to go so we can start putting people over profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Avila, followed by Janice Cater Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Avila. I'm a resident of of Santa Rosa, and I'm a tenant organizer and tenant counselor of the Sonoma County Tenants Union. At your goals and policies meeting on March 14th, I gave you all a glimpse of the kinds of stories I hear directly from tenants through our tenant counseling hotline. Stories that speak to the importance of implementing a just cause ordinance and regulating Ellis Act evictions. Tonight, with the tenant's permission, I stand before you all with yet another story from a tenant who has fallen victim to an Ellis Act eviction loophole just recently in April. This tenant is an educator that has lived in Sonoma County for over 20 years. Last month in April, herself and her neighbor received an eviction notice from their landlord's attorney stating that the rental unit was being removed from the rental market with no other explanation. Strong and justifiable reason to believe that her and her neighbor were being retaliated against. Their landlord, who does not live on their property, had constantly violated her right enjoyment of her home and her right to privacy through improper entry of her home. The tenant has tons of documentation of their attempts to address and resolve this issue, but without success. In our conversation, she then goes to share that she'll probably have to leave the state because it is too expensive to live here. She would have to leave her job, her home, and everything she has ever known for the past 20 years. When I spoke to her just today to ask her permission to share her story, she shared she wasn't going to pursue any further action with her landlord. She had previously described her landlord as creepy, territorial, predatory, and treating his tenants as if they were his pets. Yet somehow her and her neighbors ended up getting the shorter end of the stick and getting punished for trying to advocate for their rights. How is this just? I hope you see that the takeaway here is that evictions are violent. They displace and disrupt tenants who are rooted in this county and who are simply trying to live lives in a dignified manner. Is this what you want for Petaluma tenants and their families? You voted in June of 2021 to prioritize just cause, and we urge you to stick to this commitment. Housing is a human right, and please, I would hope that you show us that you believe in this too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Janice Cater Thompson.
I really like being home on Zoom. But I'm actually here for Safe Streets, and I support what all the other speakers said, so I'm not going to get into it, but you have seen photos that I sent today, and I have sent photos since 2014 on how unsafe our sidewalks are, curb cuts, and especially in front of schools. And what I really notice is it's really in where the lower income schools are hit harder than the higher income schools. And so please say, support the Safe Streets. But I agree with every speaker that talked on the Ellis Act and the just cause protection. I'm actually in conversation with somebody in Petaluma who has 5 kids and is really fearful of being thrown out of their home, and they can't afford $4,500 a month. And that's what, the rents are that they're looking at right now. So please support this. But as far as moratorium, I also support that. And I support all the comments the other gentleman said. Charter amendments are really important. When I was on the city council, the charter was old and we knew it needed to be updated. And this, this is 25 years later, and we're still talking about the same items when I was on the city council. As far as the mobile home park ordinance, that really needs to be updated, and I appreciate the updates that you're going to be doing, but it really needs to even go further past what the language is to protect those renters. They're not renters, owners, from being booted out of their mobile home parks that they've lived in for 20, 30, 40 years. Let's see what else is here. Charter amendments, yes, is very important, and the trestle, and that's very important. And I'm really appreciative that Peggy is here, actually now working with SMART, but we do have a supervisor who is who's been a board of directors for SMART and now the chairperson for 12 years. And tonight at a forum, he was slamming the city of Petaluma for the rail station on the east side and because of the housing, and it was really inappropriate when he should really be doing his job to make sure that the land where the trestle is was already in the city's hands. And this could have happened years ago. But thank you, Peggy, and the city council for the trestle. But really when you're in the cannabis ordinance, way overdue, it's a no-brainer. But imagine having a family and being booted out of your rental that you've been there for a long time because people are really getting greedy. And that's what's happening in our community. And it's really shameful. So I really, all the items I said, please support. And thank you very much. Coco and I are going home.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to switch to those people who are on this meeting via Zoom. So I will ask our moderator, Nancy Sands, to see about the people on Zoom who would like to speak to this item.
Yes, Mayor Barrett, Madam Mayor, we have 32 attendees and 14 hands raised. I'm going to start with.
Before you
sorry.
do that, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have to take a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock. So before you get started,
I'll make that motion, Madam Mayor.
Second, okay, motion by King, second by Hosake, and we will have a roll call
vote. Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the moderator.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to remind everyone that this is public comment. If you wish to speak and you're on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. When you're called on, please unmute and begin speaking. Please stay on topic. If your comments veer off the specific item, you will be muted. And again, a reminder to be respectful. Thank you. So our timekeeper, if you could share, thank you. And our first speaker is going to be Dale Axelrod, followed by Marja Windsor-Tar. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. This is Dale Axelrod. I'm speaking on behalf of the Sonoma County Democratic Party. Relating to you, we're very pleased to hear that the Just Cause ordinance is part of the top 10 so far. We did send a letter to all the council members to urge that this be placed on the May 2nd agenda. And hearing the stories of these people who are, the word that stands out to me is fear. And some of the speakers there in person have mentioned how fearful people are in regards to not only paying the exorbitant rent, but actually then being under the sword of Damocles, if you will, of facing an eviction at pretty much at the landlord's behest. So I'm really pleased that this will hopefully go forward. And I just guarantee you that there will be a citywide sigh of relief if you go ahead and adopt this, because so many people are relying on local jurisdictions like our city council to protect them from some of the abuses that are possible through the Ellis Act and the current Tenant Protection Act. So once again, thank you very much for taking it up on the agenda, and look forward to weighing in on moving the ordinance forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Our next speaker is Marja Windsor-Tar, followed by Eberly. Marja, please, you've been unmuted. Marja, please unmute. Not sure. Okay, I'm going to go to our next speaker, Eberly. We can come back to Marja if she's available. Eberly, please unmute.
Hi, it's late. I'll be brief. I'd like to ask council members to prioritize updating of our tree ordinance. Reasons for protecting and planting trees are many. Everyone has heard by now about carbon sequestration, but trees offer lots of other benefits. Neighborhoods with street trees are 6 to 10 degrees cooler than those without. A house shaded with a well-placed tree can save up to 30% in air conditioning. For our store owners, people spend 12% more money on tree-lined streets. Studies also show trees encourage drivers to slow down. These are statistics I got from other cities' ordinance, by the way. All these benefits dovetail perfectly with the city's overarching goals of promoting economic prosperity and of creating a safe, cool, carbon-neutral town. Here's one example of our existing ordinance's inadequacies. If you want to plant or replace a tree and go to the city website for guidance, the only thing I could find was a link to something created by Cal Poly, which is just a description of various trees, including trees in the South Pacific Islands. So not really helpful, and I think we can do better. It's very sad to see the number of dead or dying trees on our streets, trees that were planted with the best intentions, but then neglected. Obviously, we're in a drought, but now's not the time to let our street trees or any trees die due to lack of water. Residents need easily accessed information about watering trees during drought. It's much more costly in terms of resources, water needs, loss of shade, et cetera, to plant new trees as opposed to keeping our existing trees alive. And these are just some of the reasons we need a new, revised and strengthened tree ordinance. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Everly. I'm going to try Marja Windsor-Tar again. Please unmute. Okay. Marja, are you there? No. All right. I am going to go to our next speaker then, Taryn Obaid, followed by Shakti Kennedy. Taryn, please unmute.
Hi, good evening. I really want to advocate for doing the biggest thing that we absolutely need to do. And that is act with urgency when it comes to climate change in our environment. There is a lot of risk here if we don't do that, but we have great opportunity. If we don't do anything, we're not going to meet our carbon sequestration goals, but we have opportunity to do it right. We must set aside our most precious land that's going to help us get to our carbon sequestration goals. To allow it to remain in risk by pushing it off to the general plan process, when I can tell you, I have attended every single general plan meeting and everybody wants it, but it's not getting, it's not being seriously considered. And they say a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. We need to act on it now. For a moratorium, my understanding is there are 2 opportunities. One, to say that we're not taking away land inventory that housing could be on. Well, we already know from Urban Land Institute that we can fully meet our housing RHNA targets by excluding all of that land. We heard about that a couple years ago. And this is a public safety issue. We are on the verge of redoing our flood modeling. It's floodplain up there. It's floodway up there. It's a forest, it's wetlands, it's biodiversity, the most precious system that any place can have. And we've got one in the middle of our town. Please do not let this slip out of our hands by agreeing to let it happen at some unspecified date down the road. We need bold action. We've been talking about climate action for years, yet we're not doing it. And we need a holistic approach. We need the Rainier Connector decertified. Everyone says they want the Crosstown Connector workshop because they want Caulfield. They don't want Rainier. Yet it comes forward in the documents tonight that people want a connector only for workshop only for Caulfield. That's not what people are saying. We need to decertify Rainier, and we need to do that now. We need to protect the land along our river, and we need to do it now. If it can't be a moratorium, great. Let's get proof. Let's get expert proof that that's not possible and resolve it and do it now. No more vague pushing things off, because if we don't save this land, it can all get chopped down, it can get ruined tomorrow, and we are never going to meet 30 by 30. Our dates already tonight are pushed out to 2025. Let's be realistic. We got to make this happen.
I'm sorry, Taryn, thank you. Next speaker is Shakti Kennedy, and after Shakti, I'm going to try again for Marja Windsor-Tar. Shakti, please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm disabled and I yield my time to my husband, who is there in person, Darren Rackison. So he has an additional 3 minutes.
I
didn't realize that you had to have to submit a card in person at City Hall meetings, and you don't get to do a comment in the general public comments and the agenda items. And my hand was raised after and not added. So I think it's disappointing and discouraging to think by attending in person, you can only have one comment. And if you're at home or Zoom, you can comment on multiple public comments. This is discouraging people not to show up in person. So I yield my time to my husband, who's been there for over 4.5 hours. So he has an additional 3 minutes, please.
So I'm not certain about the legality of what you're asking for. You certainly have the right to speak yourself right now. But I will ask our city attorney, since we have never done a hybrid meeting before. Usually in the past, we have had anyone who wanted to cede time to do that at the time that the first person was talking. But clearly she could not have, even if she had raised her hand, she wouldn't have been called on at that time because that was just not sequentially possible. So there's a very good argument to be made that had she been allowed to do that, he would have had his 6 minutes instead of 3 + 3. So I'm certainly open to your interpretation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as you know, the aggregating of time rule in the council's rules requires those offering their time to be present. And I think the speaker is virtually present, so that's satisfied, and it caps up to 2 additional people offering their time. And this is just one person. So I think this is a permutation we hadn't anticipated, but it seems to me it's pretty close to the rule. If you
Okay,
want to
so in
permit.
the interest of time, I think we can agree that this is something that no one anticipated. So we will restart the clock at 3 minutes and give Ms. Kennedy's time to Mr. Rakusin. So, and next time we'll figure out what the process is. So thank you for this.
Breaking new ground. Well, thank you guys for your flexibility. I know the spirit of our comments, because we talked about both these issues a lot. It's really going to build on what I talked about and what Taryn had mentioned as well. I think to just hammer home that point that really when we look at old growth forest, really when we look at in the case of the tree ordinance, when we look at wetlands, there's a reason why wetlands are protected vehemently in most municipalities, really county, statewide. One of my biggest clients is an environmental consultant, and I know anything regarding wetlands is like red alert. So I think we need to be prepared to offer, the maximum amount of protection to protect against the remaining wetlands and riverfront area being developed. These are basically municipal infrastructure in terms of their ecosystem services. It's something I wrote very long letters about, not to rehash all of it, but it's the idea that we're not sacrificing economic development to protect these environmental resources. These are actually giving massive economic benefit as well. So and again, getting to this idea of it being sequential, by protecting these resources now, it allows for future development to be kind of made on a firmer foundation. And when we think about resources required, there are a lot of great programs for consideration. I think drafting of a tree ordinance and drafting the strongest possible, if it cannot be a moratorium, if we can't argue specific public health risk, things of that nature, which I think you may be able to, the strongest possible protection we can have for those kind of areas would be, and this may be my naivete, but kind of a one-time thing. You make these ordinances, you make these rules, and it doesn't require tons of investment of staff time subsequently. It just becomes a guiding compass for future development that gets layered on top there. And again, the issue I brought up before about the AMI improvement, doing wired broadband, again, I think that's another one of these foundational issues that future development will benefit from. And so really to bring up kind of an even broader topic, having sat on many general plan meetings, is kind of seeing a dedication to implementing these priorities over development. I know that's not as simple of an issue as that, but development is kind of the specter we hear in the public a lot, whether people are advocating for it. In the case of the general plan, there's mostly parties on general plan meetings that are interested in more development, whether it's affordable development, whether they're developers or advocates. There's not a lot of citizen voices that are saying, well, maybe we should hold off on development, implement these other priorities that are kind of, again, infrastructure based. They build a foundation for how the city grows into the future. Maybe the resources need to be transitioned over. Now, obviously, the challenge of a city council is you have all these things vying for your time and they somehow need to happen simultaneously. But if there's any way we can kind of shift that focus, I think that reflects a lot of public will. And I think really, you're faced with so many projects that you need to take on, I think really makes a lot of sense in terms of practicality. So thank you again for being flexible, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. And something new. So let's go back to the moderator.
Okay.
So want to check on Ms. Tar, see if she's.
Yes, we're going to check on Ms. Tar, and after Ms. Tar, Ms. Kirks. So Marja, are you allowed to be on?
I'm here.
Okay,
Can
good.
you hear?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Thank you very much for the help and also for coming back to me. I've oftentimes been on the other side of the Zoom, not on this side, so I kind of forget how this side works. Again, good evening, Mayor, Council, and the city staff. My name is Marja Tar. I am a member of and chairman currently of the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. However, tonight I'm speaking as an individual who is supporting goal number 4. To begin, I'd like to share the opening paragraph of Mary Davies' Safe Streets vision, taken from her letter to the editor, which was published in the Argus last Friday. And it goes, safe streets needed in Petaluma. Picture this, Petaluma 2030. Nobody has died on our roadways since 2027. More than half our students arrive at school by foot, bike, and public transit. With fewer cars on the road, traffic kind of smoothly flows. Chronic illness like diabetes, obesity, hypertension are down significantly, along with greenhouse gas emissions. By making it safe for people who cannot legally drive and cannot afford to drive, we've addressed one of our most significant equity issues. And with that could be, I think, the vision of success regarding what you're doing tonight. You, our council, have suggested that we reduce carbon emissions by 2030. Getting folks out of their cars, council, you must be seeing Mary's vision. PBAC also sees the vision Mary had presented. However, if we're to convince folks to get out of their cars, we must provide them with safe, easily located, accessible, and well-connected routes to and from all parts of our city for all types of our users. To make this vision a reality, we have lots of work cut out for us all to do. I believe that we should combine the Vision Zero goal with the road project, bike path, pet improvements goal. Retitle it Vision Zero, Safe Routes to School, Safe Streets, and move it to the top of the council's goals and priorities sheet where it belongs. Thank you all for your time tonight. Thank you for your listening. It's very appreciated. Good evening.
Thank you, Marja. Our next speaker is Ms. Kirks, followed by Lauren Mendelson. Ms. Kirks.
Thank you. I'd like to make a few comments at this very late hour on your goals and priorities. I would encourage you to look at the opportunity to serve the whole of Petaluma, the broader community. To that end, I have a few comments in 7 areas. Number 1, Safe Streets platform. It's well thought out. It's an excellent program, and it should be #1 on your list. This is for our community safety for everyone. #2, recommendations from your ad hoc committee on race relations and community safety, civilian oversight of the police. That also relates to community safety for all Petalumans. It should be a top priority. #3, emergency preparedness and the new fire station should also be a top priority. That's for everyone in our community. #4, Spanish language interpretation should already be provided. And when you do that, someone is going to have to help set your agendas, manage the meetings better, because everyone will need to speak a little more slowly, those of us who speak English, and we really deserve more efficient meetings and meeting management for all of Petaluma. #5, just cause ordinance. Extremely important to serve a large number of Petalumans throughout our entire community. As for Councilmember Barnacle's comments earlier about the Parks and Rec Commission meetings compared to other commission meetings, I would like to support that 100%. Councilmember Barnacle is the only council member in all of the years that I have been attending Parks and Rec Commission meetings, and that would be for about 9 to 10 years now, who is actually making substantive recommendations, engaging commissioners, and really bringing life and attendees to the meetings. #6, natural systems, not urban forestry. That's the area that needs to be incorporated into somewhere. Parks and Rec Commission, the Parks and Rec Department. We are so deficient in our environmental standards. We have no open space policy, and I can certainly attest to that. Lastly, big priority is updating the city charter. Honestly, I hear the city attorney's comment that there's one section that might be received by the public, but it is your job. Update the city charter. We really need to have that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirks. Next speaker is Lauren Mendelson, followed by Eric Leland. Lauren, you can go ahead.
Good evening, honorable city council members, staff, and everyone else who's here tonight. I will try to keep this brief. It's been a long night, and I appreciate all of your time on this. It also sounds like the council is on board with what I am speaking about tonight, which is moving forward with the cannabis ordinance. I think that the city city council clearly has expressed the desire to move forward. I'm glad to hear that is the case. This is not rocket science, as you all seem to understand. I myself and others, I'm an attorney, cannabis attorney here in Sonoma County. I'm also on the board of the International Cannabis Bar Association, California NORML, and the Sonoma County Growers Alliance. And I am here to share any knowledge and resources with the city on how to move forward. But I think looking at Santa Rosa as a place to start and then customizing it for Petaluma, that's a good way to move forward with this. This is a business just like other retail businesses, and perhaps allowing it in commercial zones just like other businesses. So I am encouraged to hear that the city wants to move forward with that. I encourage you to prioritize this and to direct staff to come back with something more concrete and to finally move this forward. Other cities are moving forward with this just tonight. Healdsburg had a meeting about this, and it sounds like they're moving forward with a draft ordinance sometime soon. The city of Napa recently voted to allow recreational dispensaries there as well. So the other cities are moving forward. There's no reason for Petaluma not to benefit from those resources and the revenue that's going to come. And when talking about revenue, I think it's, I agree with just moving something forward rather than waiting to put a special cannabis tax in place. But when you are thinking about at some point maybe doing a cannabis tax, you don't necessarily have to decide on the tax rate up front. You can set a ceiling and just, have a tax ordinance that's up to a certain amount. And then at some point in the future, the council can come back and determine what exactly the rate would be. It could start at 0%, and then you could decide later what exactly you want that to be. So just something to keep in mind. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Leland, followed by M. Sullivan. And Madam Mayor, just wanted to let you know, it looks like we have 8 more speakers on the list. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was the wrong click. Go ahead again, Eric. Go ahead, Eric. Sorry about that.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all, everyone, public and council and staff for all the hard work on this. I know it's a late night. I'll keep it brief. I just want to encourage you to ensure that staff priority number 5, which is Petaluma's tree ordinance, updating that, as well as number 10, implementing the ad hoc community advisory committee recommendations, are at the top of the priority list. As we heard, and I won't regurgitate a lot of this, but Petaluma's trees, whether they're located on public lands or private parcels, they affect the lives of people across the city. We already know that trees are a hugely valuable and efficient resource for Petaluma. We've heard Relief Petaluma and a number of the public talk about how they reduce the intense summer heat, store water, clean the air, provide beauty, build healthy habitats, and so much more. Our ordinance, our tree ordinance, it was developed, believe it or not, in the past century. It's really that old. Things were really different back then. Back in the 1990s, a lot of interesting things were invented. Texting was invented. You could text out "save the trees" by tapping the dial pad of a brick-sized cell phone about 30 times. It's pretty ridiculous by today's standard, but awesome last century. Also, last century, temperatures in Sonoma County were on average 1 to 3 degrees cooler. Droughts are less common, and we had more rain back then. We can't expect a tree ordinance written for an entirely different environmental context last century to keep up. We can't. We have to update this ordinance. And moving on to staff's number 10 priority, the ad hoc community advisory committee's recommendations. The members of that committee devoted significant time, and for many took tremendous personal risk to deliver really just an amazing set of recommendations for improving community life in Petaluma. We've talked a lot about safety. Those recommendations get at the heart of safety for communities across Petaluma. The information was thoroughly researched in very great detail on more than 24 recommendations on exactly why to implement and how to implement a variety of diversity, equity, inclusion measures across Petaluma. We've waited far too long for these actions to actually be implemented. And so I'd love to see that not only in the top 10, but up in the top 5. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. And our next speaker is M. Sullivan, followed by Beverly Shore. Again, Madam Mayor, it looks like we have 8 more speakers.
Yes, good evening, Council. I would ask in the future that you prioritize Petaluma citizens speaking at meetings in place of Santa Rosa and other places, especially those of us who are taxpayers. I think that the discussion of priorities tonight was largely driven by the city's agenda and not that of the public. Tonight's discussion was largely an exercise in Titanic deck chair rearranging, discussing the Trestle, Cannabis, and VMT banking, which some people would refer to as a shell game. At any rate, the most important date that all of us need to pay attention to, which will likely predate finalization of the general plan, is 2023. Per Heather Hines at the Planning Commission, any zoning changes of parcels for the next 8-year building cycle need to take place by 2023. Regarding SB 330, if we want to change the land use designation and remove housing as a permitted use in, for example, the Upper River, we need to rezone parcels like the Kmart shopping center to include residential by 2023. So rather than have a Home Depot with a water gobbling nursery attached to it, Google Home Depots and see how many have housing built above them. There are many cities that have done this. A Public Records Act request showed that Petaluma just paid $1.3 million to settle claims from the October flood. and Peggy Flynn in the Argus Courier both acknowledged our aging infrastructure and that atmospheric rivers are going to occur more frequently. Per the U.S. Department of Energy, in the last 10 years, every major flood event in Sonoma County has been the result of an atmospheric storm. And so our most catastrophic flood event was in the Payran area, which culminated in a $100 million flood wall, as we all know, and cost us taxpayers $28 million. At that time, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers said, don't build upstream of the transition weir, it will degrade flood protections. If we thusly cement in the river ecosystems above the transition weir, we're going to remove critical flood protections for our historic city and its residents. It's critically important that Petaluma's public understand that not only are current flood and safety risks to our neighborhoods above and adjacent to the U.S. flood wall grossly underestimated due to the fact that FEMA maps are retrospective and don't include added risks from sea level rise and atmospheric rivers, but that any development that would take place upstream of the core wall has not been accounted for in any risk calculations. So my request is that we prioritize protecting the upper river from inappropriate development and save our town from severe catastrophic flooding with economic losses that will cost us taxpayers a great deal.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Our next speaker is Beverly Shore, followed by Brent Newell. Just a minute. Okay, go ahead, Beverly.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is David Powers. Sorry for the confusion. I am speaking on behalf of supporting the tree ordinance tonight, but first I would really like to thank the people who have spoken so powerfully on the just cause matter and also the safe streets matter, both of which I think in an interesting way dovetail with the current situation declared by the council in 2019 as a climate emergency, which is almost 3 years ago. And there are compelling reasons that it should filter all the goals before it tonight through the lens of that climate emergency. The recent turnout for the successful Wiseman tree planting project speaks to the urgency regarding climate issues felt within the community. And none of these options before the council tonight create a more effective and low-cost pathway toward that objective than adopting a revised tree ordinance. The future of Petaluma's urban canopy cannot be assured without the adoption of a clearly expressed and easily understood tree ordinance, which will help the city provide guidelines for its residents in protecting the trees that are already part of our natural infrastructure. The city has been awarded a $225,000 grant from CAL FIRE to help underwrite an urban forest management plan that will reach out 15 to 20 years into the future. A requirement of this grant is to produce an updated revised tree ordinance. It is admittedly a mechanical and a regulatory step, and it's not all that sexy. But on the other hand, it's not all that expensive to produce either, and will provide benefits for years to come. In addition, this ordinance also meets many of the other thresholds for all the goals that are listed tonight. Goals of safety, equity, and financial sustainability. Trees take years to mature, which is why we should not hesitate. To maximize their benefit to our planet, we should preserve every tree within our ability to do so. We should move forward as fast as possible, remembering that trees are the only part of our infrastructure which gain in value each year they are with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next M. Sullivan. No, I'm sorry. Brent Newell, followed by Bev Alexander. Go ahead, Brent.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett, members of the council,
The hour is late, so I will be very brief. I first want to express my appreciation for staff who've put in an obvious amount of very hard work in working up these lists, priorities, and the council who have put in people's hours and advocating for different options. I merely want to underscore 2 points. First, as an East Side resident, safe streets and equitable transportation are critical to not just provide safe routes to schools or access around our community here on the East Side, but to get to the West Side. And I regularly use my bike and ride the bus to get to my office on the West Side of town. Accessing the bus stop, crossing Sonoma Mountain Parkway to get to the bus stop, using my bike to get to Lynch Creek Trail is oftentimes quite risky. I've almost been struck a couple of times by cars. I've witnessed someone being struck by a car on Sonoma Mountain Parkway. If we, we have this opportunity to increase the quality of life and support public safety and climate action. So I urge you to emphasize these 2 points in your list of priorities. It sounds like that's where you're going. And just in conclusion, I want to endorse the memorandum that was written by the Climate Action Commission and submitted as part of the record. Thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bev Alexander, followed by Alana. Bev, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you all for listening to all of us, although I wish it was earlier. I am Beverly Alexander and I live at 341 Liberty Street. Been here for 48 years as of June. I am not speaking to say I'm not in favor of various things that have been mentioned, like safe streets and rent controls and equity. But what I do want to say is that our streets will not be safe when they are underwater due to climate change, or when we can no longer grow food locally due to drought caused by climate change. Our streets will not be safe when fires rage in places they have never been before due to climate change. Our streets will not be safe when life is no longer sustainable due to climate change. Safe streets do not only mean traffic calming, they do not only mean bike lanes. Safe streets do not only mean pedestrian paths or excellent public transportation. All of these things will mean nothing when we have trashed, what was unique and precious. They will mean nothing when our river is a sterile channel. They will mean nothing when the threatened species become extinct. They will mean nothing when we are extinct. Our house is burning and we are fiddling with the dials on the TV. The waters are rising and we are busy building sandcastles. Why is protecting our lifeboat, this environment, our river, not our first priority? Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly. Our next speaker is Alana, followed by Paul G. Alana, please unmute.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elena. I was there earlier with my little one. You might have seen her. I had to leave to take her home to bed at around 9 o'clock. Still hanging in there with all of you, and I'll just make it really quick. I just want to uplift that I completely support the Just Cause Ordinance, as many of my folks were present this evening speaking out towards it. What I want to speak to quickly is the right to roots. A lot of the folks that have been speaking this evening spoke to being here for decades upon decades upon decades. And when I look around at the young families that are here in Petaluma, like myself, a lot of us are being displaced because two working parents with young children in Petaluma renting, it just is not possible. I've lost many friends out of state, out of country in the past couple of years because of the pandemic, because of these exact evictions. A close friend of mine has had to uproot her two young children upwards of 4 times in the past 3 years. Both of them are working parents in our community, and those are the people that we are displacing. We are displacing our working families. We are displacing our folks that do not have access to generational wealth. And I'm sorry, but those folks are aging out, and we need to focus on who the roots of Petaluma are going to be and who is going to make this place a sustainable, interconnected community. And those are our young people and our young families. And we are using these Ellis evictions as a tool for displacement. Some of the folks that sat here tonight, yes, we're from Santa Rosa and we're from out of town, but some of those folks have been displaced from Petaluma. Some of those folks work in Petaluma, teach your children, take care of your folks that are in the hospitals. To say that they can't have a voice here is really disheartening, because this should be a community for all. We should be able to find a roof where we want to raise our families. I had an elegant speech planned for in person. I apologize if I've been a little all over the place, but my last piece, I do want to say, I followed everything that was provided on the website in English ahead of time to ensure that live interpretation was offered for some of my friends who are young parents that wanted to be here tonight, to feel comfortable that they could understand what was being presented and asked of them. And again, that was not accessible for them. So I urge you to make these meetings inclusive for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paul G, followed by our last speaker, who is Veronica O. Paul, go ahead. You're allowed to talk now.
Hi, my wife is here. She would like to donate her time to me. Go ahead.
Hi, actually, this is Suzanne McGavin, and I'd like to cede my time to my husband, Paul.
So a total of 6 minutes, right? Thank you.
That's correct. Oh, okay.
Okay, so good job, Petaluma. Over 90 written public comments and over 30 speakers this meeting in the room and on the Zoom. Most of us chose to redress our grievances to our government face to face. That's a great thing. Please don't ever take that away again. Democracy is messy, but it is the way that the people get represented. Now, City Council, that is your job, to represent we the people and to defend the California and the US constitutions from invaders, both foreign and domestic. Now that includes from entrenched commercial incumbents and from misguided economic incentives of the M Group's contract. Now you all approved that contract. They are incentivized for closing deals. You need to fix that contract. They should be incentivized for achieving the general plan's goals and the other goals of our city, not for closing deals. I suggest you rewrite that contract as soon as possible.
Paul, I'm sorry, you're going off topic. We're going to move to the next speaker at this time. Veronica O. You're allowed to talk. Please unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone, council, community, and staff. Short and sweet, Safe Streets platform that has been presented tonight. Yes, and safe streets are slow streets. Safe streets are green streets. Design standards can be incorporated that are very Petaluma, using best practices from around some of the best bike cities, bike and pedestrian cities in the US. If we are to reach our climate goals, as the climate action manager, Rihanna, stated, 75% has to be achieved in terms of transferring from single-use automobile trips. So we need to really make this a priority. We need to make it a priority with budget behind it, with energy behind it, and the community is behind this. Our active transportation and bike and ped also has to incorporate the human scale design. So making it available for people who want to walk and bike, and making it beautiful, making it green, making it accessible, making it safe. Tree ordinance, absolutely. Protecting the proliferation of our tree canopy and making trees a priority in our streets and our parks and our open spaces. And that links to the next item, which is addressing the north part of the river. There has been discussion about whether or not it's practical to work on it right now. I think waiting for it in the general plan seems like it's a missed opportunity, because it is such a huge priority to look at that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. And Paul G has raised his hand again. Paul, we are going to reset the clock at 4 minutes. And I just urge you to stay on topic, please. And you're now allowed to talk. Thank you.
You must have some leeway. There is a way to tie these comments together. You guys are way too fast on the trigger, and this is a bad thing to do. Respect the time. All you have to do is listen. It's very simple. Okay? Look, the people spoke tonight. You heard their priorities. The most important is to preserve our natural resources. Preserve our natural resources. Preserve our natural resources. Those would be our old growth trees and our rare city jewel, our wetlands. We need to stop all new construction within at least 2 miles from the Petaluma River. Easily done. Mr. Danley, we can manage the density constraints forced on us by the state of California and effectively protect our 2 significant resources. You can simply say flood control is the health and safety reason for the moratorium. Flood control. Do we have a lot of evidence of floods in Petaluma? Well, we do. 1.3 million was paid in claims. Of course, that's the reason. That's the finding that can be made tonight. So you could actually pass such a thing tonight. So instead of all the excuses of why you don't do things, why don't we actually do what we need to do? Let us stop developing in the floodplain, period, the end. You know what? There's land on the outside. You go 2-3 miles out over Debris Road right there, a whole bunch of flat land. You could actually make all those developers pay the shuttles to bring people into downtown that won't have cars anymore, because we're going to make it good for bikes and electric bikes and everything else. We can actually achieve our goals if we don't sit there and just listen to the incumbent interests all the time. You can listen to the people. My God, the bike people have been talking to you for 20 years. So in addition to protecting our natural resources, how about actual pedestrian bicycle safety? How about actual streets that are dedicated to bicycles and no cars whatsoever? That's really the only way to get real safety. You can't really safely share a road with a car. Come on, you heard a lot of people get killed on bikes that way. I have. All right, let's not do that anymore. All right, then just cause eviction protections. Of course, that's the right thing to do right now. The economics are getting out of control. We're in hyperinflation. This is all designed, folks. This is all pushed on us by the people at the top. We're asking our local government to try to protect us from the guys at the top the best we can. Please help out those renters, okay? And finally, let's kill all discussions of that zombie that keeps haunting our city. You know, that Rainier Crosstown connector, the thing that we think is dead, but it keeps coming back. Let's finally put a wooden stake in its heart and put all of our focus on improving the Caulfield and Corona crossings. Now, What we can do here is we can take a look at these priorities because this kind of manages staff's time. And you hope staff is going to go ahead and respect this direction you're giving. But you know what happens? An applicant comes along and they put something in on the table, and that takes their time. And whether that's a big development or whether that's a cell tower, it takes their time. So understand this is a little bit of theater here, folks. So it's good enough to understand what they can do. Now, one thing we don't want to see that's not on this list, and we don't want to see any work on it, is weakening our protective wireless telecommunications ordinance. That's good. Let's hope that happens. But if that does rear its head in the next year, here's the best move for the city. You want to take a clue of what's going on with your fairgrounds. You fired that consultant, you hired a better one. Well, you spent a couple $100,000. I got a deal for you. $8,500 gets you the top telecom attorney in the country, Andrew Campanelli. He is focused on your interests and the residents' interests and not the wireless industry's interests. It's the best $8,500 you'll ever spend. So if that ever comes back, that is your best move. So please consider that as just a plan B, if in fact that infects and staff's time beyond the top 10 that you'll vote through tonight. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have no more people in line to speak virtually.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. And I know that Ingrid Alverde has some kind of format that she wants to set up. Excuse me one second. Councilmember Barnacle?
We're going to have discussion, right?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make sure that that was still something that we have in front of us. Your format, Ms. Alverde?
Yeah, it's up.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. If I looked forward, I could see it. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so yes, we got this. Now we're gonna just have any comment on the council before we go to setting our priorities.
Good.
Yes, Councilmember Healy.
I was hoping that Ingrid could explain the process she has in mind here.
The plan was, as you did a straw poll for each person, my plan is just to mark which projects you're voting for so we can track that everyone had the opportunity to vote for 10, and then we would see the math across which one got the most votes.
Okay, so just to confirm, we each got 10 votes, so not as opposed to the issue that Councilmember King raised earlier.
Right, I think, yeah, that was the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, I think Councilmember Barnacle was going to speak.
Yeah, it
Go
is.
ahead.
It's not substance at this point. Well, one of the other pieces I had was we all had to support the IPM. I mean, the staff report indicates that it requires prioritization. So I'm just trying to sense out, do we have 10 additional votes to that? Because if we're all required by, or recommended, obviously not required, but I'd like to get that clarified because I'm not clear on that.
Okay, I think I do. I think I do understand it, and that is that if we are interested individually or as a council to move the pest management issue forward, it needs to have enough votes to be in the top 10. It doesn't need to have a super majority.
Well, my question was, are we even voting on it?
Well, everybody will get to say what they want to vote
Okay.
on, and then if 4 or more people do, then we'll start talking.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other quick process questions? Okay, Councilmember McDonald.
We've done quite a bit of investigating tonight and expanding on items, things that were one thing or now maybe several things. I would like to get conversation or maybe feedback from staff that 10 is still the right number. I'm thinking maybe we should vote for 8 instead and just make sure we have focus, because I think we're kind of, we all want everything and we have to realize that there's 150 priorities and staff's probably going to work on all 150, but we're trying to have priority. And I think, maybe the idea would be to have even less council driven, absolute certain sure things and knock our voting to 8. Also, if a majority is what gets us into the top 10, it's quite possibly that if we all have top 10, 4 votes is 15 top priorities.
And we'll have to bring it down to 10, and that will just have to be our discipline in putting this together. Because if we really want something done, we have to do that. And I actually agree with your comment that if you don't have 10 that you're absolutely dying to put forward, fewer would be better, because we actually have put some of these together. As the staff report mentioned, well, this kind of fits in here and this fits in here. So, I'm agreeing with you that less might be more in this case. So with that, I'll go to Councilmember Barnacle, who wanted to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'm just really excited to see 10. I think it's great to narrow this down. I think it's the exact what we need to do for our dear staff. On the cannabis ordinance, I have one more point. Sometimes I've seen on the density of number of businesses per number of residents, if you get it too small, you wind up with lines outside of them, and that's what really starts to draw attention to the actual business, is when you have 10 people lined up outside there on at 5 o'clock on a Friday or something like that. And so just think about that and don't be too aggressive or conservative or whatever on the density is my guidance on that. That's what'll draw attention to the businesses more than anything. On the ad hoc committee recommendations, I think the comments about language access were really good. I know we're implementing a Latinx outreach program right now that should address that. I think that let's just make sure, especially for meetings like this, where it's it's goals and priorities. This is where we want people to be heard and to understand what we're talking about. On the development moratorium, I'm proposed to support moving it forward with the housing element by the end of this year, and making that a priority. I don't know where other council members will be, but I'll be on that train. For the fairgrounds, I like the general plan of attack. The one thing I didn't see in there is what to do about all the existing subtenants. And I just am, they're all businesses, they're members of our community, and we're basically just leaving them with a big cliff and giving them no certainty beyond that. So if we're, as a council, I feel like if we're saying that we're not going to renew their leases, we should tell them right now, and we should give them the certainty that they deserve, so that they can start looking for something else, because just staying silent on it doesn't feel right. The Ellis Act, I totally agree. We should be accelerating that and doing it quickly. And then that brings me to my other point on the safe streets. Can you put up the slide on the streets issue? I just want to look through that. So I take some of the credit for getting the community to focus on this over the last month and a half. And the reason for that was because when I saw Safe Streets and Vision Zero with 1 vote, and then the other item, it indicates that there's a disconnect between what I thought the council, a disconnect between where Councilmember Fisher and I were in saying those, and what I think the community wants and what we need to achieve our climate goals. 75% mode shift. If we did 75% mode shift on our roads today, we'd have a lot more fatalities. There was an article in the Argus last week that said our bike ped injury and collision rate is 40% higher than Santa Rosa. And so when I see things like focus on bike ped, that's exactly what I want to say. And when I look at the platform that the community put together, there's words like proactively seek input from schools, accelerate used a couple of times, improve wayfinding and signage citywide. It's really important to have wayfinding for kids if we want them to get to school, because they're going to wind up on a big boulevard and then they're on an unsafe street. And so My ask to the council here is to use this as the starting block for whatever this item is, because you know, I just want to go through a couple of stories. I used to live on Bassett Street. I didn't sign the petition, but my wife did, that got it on the city's radar in 2020. So it was 2020, and then there was meetings with the city, and then they did a traffic study on Bassett Street. They found that people were exceeding 60 miles an hour on the street right here, coming to and from Petaluma High School. And now here we are, just last month in April, we got a little traffic circle. That was 2020 to 2022. And what I think all the Safe Streets people are really saying is, we've got to do that a lot faster. We've got to be able to get that done a lot faster, because that one little intersection right there is all over this city, and it impacts every single person. And we can't have the PTA Safe Routes to School person saying that they won't let their kid ride the bike to school. We can do something about that. And what I'm not seeing on here is the commitment to accelerate. And I think, in particular, I just want to draw attention to number 7 and number 8, the budget. That's a major increase in traffic safety, in street safety, and I know we've got the funding for it. It doesn't need to. It can come from our existing resources, and it's a no regrets thing. I think Speaker Camarda's point about where it feels like a lot of plans and capital projects still. We need to treat this more like an operating program and get out there and make it happen. And that's what the Safe Streets people want to be doing. They want to be the relief of active transportation. They want to be out there helping sell this to the community, identifying projects, doing designs, and working with the city in a productive way, and not showing up here in yellow vests. We want to be helping. The tactical urbanism program, number 8, that's super important, because if we have 300 blocks that are all going to be asking for something, and we don't have a process for them to put their things in and take that out and go do that work, it's going to be hell for staff. It really is. It already is. You know, like, you've got people on D Street that have been waiting for things. You've got people on Mountain View that, when I first, came on here, they were, clamoring because they wanted, speed humps, but the fire department said no. And they just said to me, someone's going to get killed, and then we're going to sue the city. And that's what's going to happen. I did a survey last year, and I sent it in, and there was like 80 responses or 100 responses in a very short period of time. And the reason I got asked to take it down was 2 reasons. 1, staff was doing some of this work through the local road safety program. And 2, knowing was exposing the city to litigation. We know that safety is a problem, and we can do something about it. And I just ask that we make this, which is an acceleration of business as usual, the standard tonight. If staff wants to change it and make it different, I think that's fine, and improve upon it. But I think that it's important that we have a definition that is above business as usual. Just to continue, last night at National Night Out, I had a conversation with the chief, and this was after 2 very, very upsetting 6-1 losses for me on our slurry seals, because we weren't including striping. And the chief came up to me and he said, we do need to make it a priority. He said that to me. There's another officer, he said that he only rides mountain bikes. He won't ride bikes on the roads, but he said that anywhere. Another officer that we were talking to said, I won't ride bikes in Petaluma. I've been in accidents. I talked to a bike shop today because my rim got bent in a big ditch. And he said that he watched a kid get hit on Petaluma Boulevard North yesterday. My wife works at Vanda Floral, and she watches cars in accidents almost every day where the cars are merging there because there's no speed limit sign and cars are jamming through there. It's a huge problem in our city, and there's no way we're going to achieve our climate goals. We've been stockpiling money, and we've deprioritized this for too long, and we need to invest in safety all around our city for all modes of transportation. And I think right now, this is the only thing that we have that is defined as an acceleration over business as usual. These are great. This is better. And I'm asking the council to please at least use this as the starting point for where we want to see our Safe Streets efforts going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy. Did anyone else want to speak?
Thank you. In light of the hour and in the hope of not being here at sunrise, I would like to suggest that we just go down the line and each of us name our top 10, and Ingrid can put them in the box and we can see where we land. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Posake has also already raised his hand, so we'll go to that first.
I was just going to express support for Councilmember Barnacle's suggestion regarding item, is it 4 or 5 now? I'm not sure. Using the Safe Streets 10 items to replace item 4. Is that what you suggested, Brian?
As a starting point, not to replace.
Yes, yeah, okay, as a starting point. Yeah.
We're trying to accelerate things.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember McDonald and Councilmember Fisher.
I too would support that as a starting place for our roads projects, bike paths, pedestrian item. I'd also express some support for Councilman Healy's point earlier about the scope creep on the fire station to being all things. And I'm really worried that we not have enough timeline to get a fire station design out when the bond hits. So, I mean, I think we stay focused on that and have an additional item for the additional things. But I concur with you on that point. Thank you.
Okay, Council Member Fisher.
I too want to express my support for Councilmember Barnacle's position on our safe streets. And I'd like to say that my 10 votes are going to go for the staff's recommendation.
Okay, so I think it's getting a little muddy here, but that's okay. I mean, you know, because we are trying to define what these are. And I will just say about safe roads, safe streets, is that I think that the 10 principles that were laid out in the emails that we all got, I think those should be included in the work that's going to be done by the committees and commissions as a way going forward for that aspect of the safe streets. I don't think it should be replace the safe streets or what was suggested, but I definitely think that that's the kind of stuff that we want our committees and commissions to be looking at and deciding, you know, giving us recommendations as a council. I don't think we should be discussing that, you know, like defining that and limiting to that at the council level. I think that's where we want to get the feed in from the people on the bike and pedestrian committee, on the parks, on you know, whatever committees would work with streets and you know, or commissions. So I don't want to just I don't want to limit what we're doing at this hour, especially. I want to give the priorities, and maybe when they come back to us in June.
Yeah.
In June, that's when we can refine them down to, you know, like, well, we know we wanted more of this or we wanted less of that. That's my view. But so, okay, so Councilmember Fisher, you started by saying you already knew your 10 votes. So do you want to just go down and let Ingrid populate her matrix there?
Well, essentially, then I'm just going to read the staff report. So Trestle, Fairgrounds engagement, Ellis Act, the roads, with the changes that Brian recommended, the new fire station, tree ordinance, decarbonization of existing buildings, cannabis ordinance, IPMP, and ad hoc.
Go back to tree ordinance.
Start from tree ordinance.
Okay, decarbonization,
Cannabis,
IPMP, and
the ad hoc.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and you know, I can't. Can you go back up to the top again? Okay, good. So I see the order you have it in. So I will actually go that way rather than just go down the line here, which was what I was going to do. So Posake, you have your how many ever you'd like to give that are 10 or less.
Yeah, and if I leave off one or two off of the staff recommendations, I can substitute something below.
Of
although it's
course,
probably not
yes.
going to have enough. But have we, are we interpreting the just cause LSAC ordinance as considering including the mobile home ordinance, or did we
Yes.
decide on that? Okay,
I believe that was the staff recommendation.
okay.
And thank you for raising that, Council. And if I could just to be super clear on that, because basically what I'm hearing is we're talking about LSAC, but as I explained, that's a different law that sort of needs to be addressed with other laws. So what my takeaway so far has been to do just cause provisions and to address the mobile home rent control, as opposed to a local rent control scheme, not just for mobile home rent control and all that entails, at least in the first instance, or my misunderstanding.
No, I think the Ellis Act is an important part of this, the Ellis Act protection, and I brought up the using the state rent control ordinance if that's needed to with.
Well, so that's why the clarification is good, I think. So the TPA, the Tenant Protection Act, is mostly focused on for cause protections, and most of what I was hearing from the public and from the council tonight was also for cause protections. And what we said in our presentation was we could slot those into I just don't want to get it wrong, fiscal 23, along with the mobile home rent control update, whereas true Ellis Act loophole plugging that's not for cause provisions as I indicated in the draft milestones, is a lengthier potentially a lengthier thing, because that potentially needs a rent control board be established and staffing for that, et cetera. Whereas for cause provisions that can be that can go beyond that we heard members of the public talk about, and that I tried to indicate in my remarks tonight, can go beyond the Tenant Protection Act, such as providing protections before 12 months of residency. There's a number of ways that they can do that, and that members of the public and from legal aid have provided us samples for. Those we can do relatively promptly. So I feel like the terminology is causing
So
some
Eric,
confusion.
just for considering the time, is there any way that we can come back to council and because we did talk about milestones, I think council is, or at least Vice Mayor Poskey is expressing interest at least in the Ellis portion of it. So maybe we can come back.
But I almost think it's a terminology problem.
I think that of the cases that we get talked about that the tenants union brings forward, that half of them are Ellis Act issues, and it's not rare or anything compared to the other.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Okay.
So it's so then I mean the key is what the council means. I'm not trying to debate what the council should mean. And so what I'm hearing is it's three. It's Ellis Act protections, it's just cause protections, and it's mobile home rent control update.
That's what I would prefer.
Yes, okay.
Can I ask Councilperson's expectation? Would you be expecting pieces back, or wait for the whole thing to be completed and then brought back to council? I have to say that because of some of the response, to the mobile home ordinance, such that I was hopeful that adding that in might speed up the whole process.
Well, and if I could just jump in on this conversation, when this comes back to us, I also am interested in supporting this Just Cause Ellis Act and the Mobile Home Ordinance update. But I'm also very aware of what I heard from the people who spoke here, that time is of the essence. And so if there are parts that can be moved forward, I don't need to see it all as one piece. And, you know, when our council member Barnacle was speaking and he said, we have to do this much faster. It's exactly, I thought, well, what's the difference in the argument for the just cause? You know, there's so many things we have to do, but faster. And it's just a question of bandwidth for our staff, you know, and I respect that and I want to know that. So if in writing this up, we can see ways of things that could go forward faster and divide this into groups, I would certainly entertain looking at that. And I hope other council members would as well. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
You're not on.
Do I use the numbers or the actual names? I mean,
Use the
Okay.
names so
Yeah.
we don't get confused.
I can't move this. I have to wait for you to do that, right, Ingrid?
No, but you can use your cloth there, your thing. The one that you have printed out in front of you.
Oh, yeah, okay. Let's just use the names. I'm going to support the Fairgrounds, the Ellis Act, the road projects. Can I go down further? See what's below? What happened to the tree ordinance?
Can you bring it up more? Okay.
Oh, the tree ordinance, the parks plan. I'm getting mixed. The decarbonize existing buildings, cannabis, integrated pest management, and police oversight. I think.
You have one more vote.
You can hold
If
on
you
to it and use it later.
No, I want the moratorium or equivalent.
Okay, so we're on to Kevin McDonald.
Thank you. I am excited about the streets and paths that we talked about. And I remember earlier, we mentioned the ad hocs that the park is going into, and I know the ad hoc, the Climate Commission is going into. And I think that the streets and paths priority listing is perfect for ad hoc at PBAC. I know they've tried before to organize at ad hoc level, but staffing, I think we still have to solve our staffing problem in every department, legal included. But I think that'd be a great way to get that moving forward. And having said that, I'm going to vote the slate, the staff recommendations. So I don't know if you need help with that. But, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to give staff opportunity to put that in at a reasonable rate. The speed.
Thank you.
Put it in.
Got it.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Now we're on to Councilmember Barnacle.
I'm going to go with the slate, with the exception, I'm going to go with moratorium over the IPM.
Oops, did you get the moratorium?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I'm going to go with the slate as well. I just wanted to note under the Ellis Act Just Cause, the way it's written on, can you go back up, please? It shouldn't be parenthetical, including mobile home ordinance. That it's mobile home ordinance is not a subpart of Ellis Act or Just Cause. It should be just / mobile home ordinance. But other than that, I'm with the slate. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Councilmember King, you're next. Sorry.
Still, yeah, still here. So can I?
Sorry,
Wait,
okay,
wait,
Keely,
yeah.
did I mess up?
Just
Moratorium.
Oh, thank you, not that. Thank you.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, Trestle Fairgrounds engagement, LSAC / Just Cause / Mobile Home or Park Ordinance. The roads projects at all, which I assume includes Safe Streets. And my comment on that, just a quick comment since I didn't comment before, is that I agree with the mayor and the comments about including that platform in the discussions at all levels of our committees and commissions, as well as the council. I think it looks like a good list to me to be considered. Fire station. I'm assuming the solar adding battery storage is including on decarbonization. So I'm going with decarbonization. Is that on there somewhere?
17.
Okay. Tree ordinance. Cannabis ordinance. And how many do I have so far? Is that 8?
Yep.
All right. Police ad hoc advisory committee and et cetera. That's listed there. And then I really would like to go with the city charter amendment, but clearly it's coming up with a big goose egg. So I'm going to go with the IPM plan. But I do want to put in a push. Whoever gets elected next year, please consider a city charter amendment. We had a council member here tonight tell us that she was discussing this 25 years ago.
I can confirm that.
Many of us won't be here in 25 years. Let's get it done sooner.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try and do this in order, but okay, so I'm going to vote for the Trestle Fairgrounds engagement process, Ellis Act, the roads, safe streets, the tree ordinance, the decarbonization of existing buildings, the cannabis ordinance, the ad hoc community advisory committee, the moratorium or its equivalent. And I am going to have that useless vote that Councilmember King was not willing to give to the charter amendments, but I do believe we should make it a priority to have Spanish interpretation. Okay, so we'll let staff tally that up and see if we have to refine this even further. Yes.
May I ask, staff had some language in about the Spanish interpretation, and I'm wondering if it needs to be prioritized to achieve. Can we break that into? Because I concur with you. I'd like to see Spanish language interpretation in every
Can I
meeting.
save us a vote and not have anybody prioritize? It's already a priority for us, and staff is putting that in the budget. So I mean, it's already I don't.
Okay, then I'll just have 9. You can take it off as long as that is already in the budget. So
It will be.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, yes.
And one more while staff is crunching numbers. The fairgrounds engagement process, does that include the next steps? I mean, the lease terminates a date certain. Will the engagement process get a resolution to an action prior to the lease term defaulting.
It'll bring it to council for that determination, Councilmember McDonald, if that was what you were asking.
That's perfect.
And I do believe that the engagement process that has already begun would also may or may not bring an advice back to us for that includes something with the subtenants. But then that's our role at that time to say, hey, this was missing, or yes, we like what they say, or no, we don't like what they say. But I think that's where that group fits in, and I will be keeping my eye on that. So. Would staff want us to take a break right now for 5 minutes, or you're?
I think we got it. I
Okay.
think it's what the staff report recommendation was. So what I have is Trestle, Fairgrounds, Ellis Act, Just Cause, Mobile Home Rent Ordinance, Roads, Projects, New Fire Station, Tree Ordinance, Decarbonize Existing Buildings, Cannabis Ordinance, IPMP, and AHCHC, or Police Oversight. And that I believe is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is that 10?
Is that how many is
7,
that?
8, 9, 10. That's 10.
Okay, so you have, we have 3 that are unanimous, is that correct?
Yes.
1 with 6, 1 with 5, and I can't see the rest of them.
The tree ordinance
Oh,
was
that's-
unanimous.
So that's 4, 4 that are
Decarbonize
unanimous, 5.
and cannabis was
6,
unanimous, and
7.
AHCHC was unanimous.
Okay, so 7 of them are unanimous, so that's really quite a feat.
Ingrid, can you send this out to all of us, and that way we can clean this up tomorrow and put it on the website?
Okay, so thanks to everybody, including the public who, came down and stayed with us in person or were on Zoom with us. It really works. So does staff have anything more you want to say at this point?
No, just thanks for doing all the hard work and helping us refine our priorities. And I will say that there are many things that staff would have loved to do back in 2019 or 2020, but we didn't have the money or the staff. So
That's
we are in a good position right now, and this is exactly where we need to be. So I appreciate the patience.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to everybody on the council for all the work you guys have done. And don't forget to sign Bruce Hagan's hat. And with that, we will be adjourning this meeting in honor of Marie Hinton. Good evening.